Chapter 1493. In the quiet hall, Yi Chen's eyes were fixed on the bone-like item in his hand. A painting of mountains and rivers appeared on the bone. It seemed to be a sea of fire with magma surging on it. In the magma, everything was withering, but there were golden lotus roots bathing in the boiling magma. Those lotus roots weren't even half the height of a man, and they were completely dazzling golden. Their closed buds were enshrouded by brilliant 5-colored divine radiance, and they seemed to be budding and waiting to bloom. It was difficult to imagine that such peerlessly beautiful things would actually be born from such terrifying lava. The 5-element heavenly lotus is also known as the immortal lotus. It exists in the land of extreme yang, and it can only be nurtured by an extreme yang spiritual vein. It has the effect of reviving the dead. The lotus roots are innate spiritual roots that can replace the body for the primordial spirit to reside in. The lotus seeds have the ability to extend one's lifespan. If an ordinary person consumes it, it can increase their lifespan by 150 years. If a cultivator refines it into an immortal pill, it can increase their lifespan by 500 years. All sorts of information about the 5-element heavenly lotus appeared in Yi Chen's mind in an instant, causing his breathing to quicken slightly. He was still worried about Su Yuhan's lifespan, but he did not expect to see the 5-element heavenly lotus now. It was practically tailor-made for Su Yuhan. The lotus roots could be refined into an innate spirit body, and the lotus seeds could be refined into medicinal pills. It could even break the limit of one's lifespan and add another 500 years. Yuhan can be saved. Yi Chen's eyes were filled with joy. He looked at the bone in his hand and said, "This item is really precious. No wonder martial god Warsky sealed it in his body. If he didn't want to burn his body, I probably wouldn't have discovered it." Thinking to this point, he immediately looked at the bone in his hand carefully again, trying to see more things. Incomplete map. Subsequently, his expression gradually turned grim. This item is only an incomplete map. It only records the pattern of the 5-element heavenly lotus, but it doesn't record its exact whereabouts. That's true. If it really was recorded, why would martial god Warsky hide it in his body? There was a gleam in Yi Chen's eyes. I'm sure martial god Warsky is a passionate man who wants to find the 5-element heaven lotus to save his lover. He couldn't help but recall the blood-colored skeleton he was suppressing. It was a woman, and the toad had mentioned before that when the warring sky martial god was still alive, a close female friend of his had her primordial spirit shattered in order to save him. Yi Wushuang, who was standing aside, could not help but walk up to him when he saw that there was something wrong with his expression. "Brother, what's wrong?" "I'm fine." Yi Chen put the bone away and took a good look at the people again. He shook his head when he realized that nobody was paying attention to him. Then he quietly searched the entire main hall, but to no avail. He did not find any more jade bone fragments. "What a pity," Yi Chen secretly sighed softly. "If I know where the 5-element heaven lotus is, I can start looking for it immediately. Looks like I have to find another way." He glanced at Feng Ziue and Old Master Ku, who were far away secretly. "If necessary, I might need the Tianyuan Trade Association's help." An hour later, Feng Ziue said to Yi Chen gratefully, "Senior Yi, thank you so much. I, Feng Ziue, owe you a favor." She knew very well that if not for Yi Chen, it would be difficult for Old Master Ku to get her out of here alive. "Don't worry about it." Yi Chen took a good look at her. He saw that she was holding a key that was covered in green rust in her hand. Clearly, she had found it in the main hall. As if sensing his gaze, Feng Ziue smiled faintly and kept the key. Without the slightest bit of awkwardness, she smiled and said, "I wonder if Senior Yi has the time? Please follow me to Tianyuan City." "Tianyuan City?" Yi Chen's eyes gleamed. "Senior, you don't know about Tianyuan City?" Feng Ziue glanced at him in surprise and said, "Tianyuan City is my Tianyuan Trade Association's property in Inshu. Almost all the forces in the entire Inshu are gathered here. If you have any needs, you can find them in Tianyuan City. Yi Chen's heart jolted when he heard that. Perhaps he should really make a trip to Tianyuan City. Only then would he be able to find information about the five-element heaven lotus. He nodded immediately as he thought to this point, "Sure, but I have something to attend to. I'm afraid I can't go to Tianyuan City with you guys now." "That's fine." Fang Ziyue shook her head in joy. She then took out a golden token and passed it to Yi Chen. She said while smiling, "This is my identity token. Senior, you can look for me with this token if you go to Tianyuan City in the future. Nobody will dare to stop you." "That's great." Yi Chen took the golden token with a smile. Fang Ziyue then left with old Master Ku. After the duo left, the toad said in deep thought, "Brat, you actually shouldn't have let them take the desolate god key." "What's a desolate god key?" Yang Hao asked in confusion. Yi Chen squinted slightly. "Could it be the one that Fang Ziyue has?" "Yes, that's the desolate god key." The toad nodded and said, "It said that this item is one of the keys to open an ancient ruin. This ancient ruin is called the Desolate God's Tomb. As soon as it appeared, it attracted all the forces to fight for it. There were even void, refinement, old monsters." Upon hearing that, the Patriarch of Hell almost chased after her to get the key back. I knew that this little lady wasn't that innocent. But then again, why would the key to the Desolate God's Tomb come to the martial God's tomb? Yang Hao was confused. The toad chuckled. "That's because the owner of the Desolate God's Tomb is called the Great Desolation Old Man. And the Great Desolation Old Man is the War Sky Martial God's Master." "The Martial God's Master?" Yang Hao's eyes widened and he clicked his tongue. "Oh my, the War Sky Martial God is already so terrifying. How terrifying is this Great Desolation Old Man?" "Don't worry. However," Yi Chen said while smiling calmly, "I didn't come to the Inshu this time to explore some ruin." Now that he had news about the five-element heavenly lotus, he did not have the time to participate in the competition for the ruin. After all, to him, the things unearthed in the ruin were not very attractive to him. "Up to you." The toad rolled its eyes and said while looking at him, "Since I've helped you guys a few times, shouldn't you guys do me a favor too?" "Since when did you help us?" The Patriarch of Hell grinned coldly. The toad's eyelids twitched as it shouted, "Without me, could you guys find those dragon blood pills, the War Sky Martial God's herb garden, and the main tomb?" "You're right. Even without you, we could have found it." The Patriarch of Hell chuckled. Yi Chen glanced at the toad and said, "Are you interested in what's deep in the magma under this tomb?" End of this chapter. Chapter 1494. Below the War Sky Martial God's Tomb. It was a sea of boiling magma. Flames surged, and an endless sea of fire enveloped everything. The temperature was terrifying. Even a mid-stage soul formation cultivator could not withstand the temperature for a long time. Yi Chen stood quietly on the magma. The boiling magma seemed to have no effect on him as it flowed quietly under his feet. "Brett, it's down there." The toad lay on his shoulder and seemed to be looking at the depths of the magma excitedly as if there was something there that attracted it. Yi Chen was not in a hurry to go down. Instead, he said with a faint smile, "I can help you with this, but you have to owe me a favor." "Forget one favor, even 10 won't be a problem." The toad spat out a mouthful of divine fire and said nonchalantly, "Moreover, you can do whatever you want in the Yin ruins in the future. As long as I'm here, no one will dare to touch you. I'm a divine beast. When I grow up, the 3 realms and 6 Tao paths will protect you." Yi Chen could not help but smile lightly when he heard that. He then took a step forward without hesitation and sank into the magma river. This toad claimed to be a divine beast. Although it was a bit boastful, its background was indeed extraordinary. It was worth interacting with. The deeper he went, the hotter the temperature became. Even Yi Chen could feel the heat. What a high temperature. "I'm afraid there's fire essence here. On the other hand, the toad was like a fish in water. It swam around in the magma without any abnormalities. What's that? Suddenly, Yi Chen stopped in his tracks and lifted his eyes to look into the distance. In the sea of fire, there were countless chains locking a stone box. The stone box was only the size of an adult's fist, but an extremely terrifying temperature was coming from it. The strangest thing was that, from time to time, there would be golden flaming words coming out of the stone box and spreading out along the chains. Is this the sun essence fire? Yi Chen squinted and said to the toad, Is what you want in the stone box? Of course. The toad suppressed its excitement and stared at the stone box. It wanted to get closer, but it said with some fear, My intuition tells me that the thing in the stone box is delicious. Delicious? Yi Chen's expression froze. Did he accompany it down to look for food? Kid, hurry up and go. The toad urged, but you have to be careful. Those chains are unusual and very likely to attack you. Really? Yi Chen's eyes flashed. He took a step out immediately and walked toward the stone box that was wrapped in chains. Swish! At that moment, one of the chains seemed to have a life of its own. It suddenly moved and charged at Yi Chen like a fire dragon. It was covered in sun essence fire. Even a wisp of the sun essence fire was enough to burn a soul formation cultivator into ashes. Break! Yi Chen's expression remained the same. He used his finger as a saber and slashed at the former calmly. However, his attack could not cause any damage to the chain at all. Boom! The chain wrapped in the essence sun fire heavily struck on his body, making him take a few steps back before he managed to stop himself. At a closer look, the so-called chain was clearly an ancient vine that was wrapped in the essence fire of the sun. Its branches were like dragons, and its leaves were pure gold, incomparably dazzling. So it's a meteorite vine? Surprise flashed through Yi Chen's eyes before he came to a realization. The meteorite vine is born from the sun essence fire and is refined by the sun essence fire. It's known as a treasure used to refine spirit weapons. Why are there meteorite vines here, and why are they locking the stone box? Yi Chen frowned slightly. He could not help but smile a moment later. I know. What's in the stone box must be the sun essence fire. Only it can produce the sun essence fire and make the meteorite vines scramble for it. I didn't come here for nothing. Yi Chen smiled as he thought to this point. He ignored the meteorite vines and strode toward the stone box in the sun essence fire. As soon as he moved, many meteorite vines charged at him. At that moment, 2 balls of golden flames suddenly bloomed in Yi Chen's pupils. Subsequently, 2 pillars of light that looked like divine fire pillars shot out. Crack, crack, crack. As soon as one of the meteorite vines was hit by the divine fire pillar, it was as if it had jumped into a pot of boiling oil. It let out a crisp crackling sound and quickly shrank back. That was the weakness of the meteorite vines. Although they were born from the sun essence fire, they were afraid of fire. Moreover, it was a heavenly fire that was higher than the sun essence fire. What a powerful divinity! The toad's pupils could not help but constrict when it saw that. Didn't this brat come from the desolate earth outside the Yin ruins? How does he have such a powerful divinity? It looked at Yi Chen from afar as its eyes flickered nonstop. Could it be that what Boss said before is true? Great Emperor Xianyuan has a divine treasure in the outside world. As Yi Chen approached, the meteorite vines that wanted to attack him retreated. Eventually, Yi Chen approached the stone box safely. The stone box is made of tucidous soil. Yi Chen's gaze landed on the stone box. He looked at the faint runes on it. It seems like the sun essence fire was specially sealed here. The so-called tucidous soil was a special material that could repel fire. However, such a material was extremely rare. Yi Chen did not expect to encounter it here. That's true. If I let the sun essence fire flow freely, I'm afraid everything within 1,000 kilometers will be burned to ashes. Yi Chen's eyes flashed. Eventually, he wiped away the runes on it and opened the stone box gently. a dazzling golden gleam that looked like a small sun shot out. Trying to run? Yi Chen extended his hand and grabbed it at a steady pace. A stone that looked like obsidian appeared in his hand immediately. However, there was an extremely dazzling golden flame dancing in the center of the stone. Whoosh! At this moment, the toad came over and said, while drooling, "It's the sun essence fire. I can have a full meal now." "You want to eat the sun essence fire?" Yi Chen's expression was a little strange. Ordinary people would avoid such a terrifying thing, but the toad wanted to eat it? Of course. Otherwise, why would I ask you to come down? The toad wiped its saliva and snatched the sun essence fire without saying anything. Then it stuffed it into its mouth and started chewing. Yi Chen watched it quietly throughout the process. He saw that it did not seem to be afraid of the sun essence fire at all. In the end, it chewed it into pieces and swallowed it. The only change was that there were many natural patterns that looked like Tao patterns on the toad's back that seemed to be made of gold. It looked mysterious and unpredictable. After confirming that it was fine, Yi Chen was even more curious about the toad's origin. A toad that can swallow the sun essence fire is definitely not an ordinary creature. End of this chapter. Chapter 1495. There was an extremely special city in the southern periphery of the Yin ruins. It was known as Tianyuan City. It occupied thousands of miles and had the highest population flow. The reason why Tianyuan City was special was that in the mysterious and threatening Yin ruins, many forces were hostile to each other. Outsiders were forbidden from entering the territories they built. For example, non-Chinese cultivators were not allowed to enter the Yanhuang fortress. However, Tianyuan City was different. It was said that Tianyuan City was built by a foreign chamber of commerce. The Chamber of Commerce was called the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. The Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce had businesses throughout the galaxy, with branches in every planet. Since it was a chamber of commerce, the operator must be a merchant. Therefore, although the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce had arrived on Earth, it did not act ruthlessly like the other foreign sections. Instead, it traded with countries on Earth. In the eyes of the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce, there were no enemies, only friends. Therefore, Tianyuan City never rejected outsiders, be it Earth powerhouses or people from foreign immortal sections. In Tianyuan City, there was a saying that was widely spread. As long as you had enough capital, you could buy anything you wanted. Naturally, this saying might be a little exaggerated, but it showed Tianyuan City's position in the Yin ruins. After leaving the War Sky Martial God's tomb, Yi Chen and the rest headed to Tianyuan City. Firstly, they were invited by Feng Ziyue. Secondly, Yi Chen planned to find out more about Yang Tian and the five-element Heavenly Lotus whereabouts in Tianyuan City. Along the way, the Patriarch of Hell and the Toad bickered nonstop. Yang Hao would assist them from time to time, making the journey less boring. Therefore, they finally arrived at Tianyuan City after only 2 hours. An extremely majestic ancient city came into view wherever they looked. Countless streams of light would flash past them from time to time. Meanwhile, there was a pale yellow light shield above the giant city. Judging from the energy that was faintly emitted from the light shield, it was several times stronger than the formation of the Yanhuang fortress. Is this the Tianyuan City that girl mentioned? The Patriarch of Hell stopped and took a good look at the giant city in the distance. Subsequently, he could not help but say, Tianyuan City has 9 grade 6 spirit veins. Moreover, the city protection formation is a top-grade grade 6 formation. How rich! What's a grade 6 spirit vein? Yang Hao was confused. Yi Chen glanced at him and explained while smiling, be it sects or small families, they can't do without spirit veins. There are 9 grades of spirit veins. Usually, grade 6 spirit veins can cultivate void refinement old monsters. Everyone was shocked to hear that Tianyuan City has 9 grade 6 spirit veins. Doesn't that mean they've cultivated 9 void refinement old monsters? Tianyuan City has a terrifying foundation. The toad couldn't help but remind, don't act recklessly after entering the city unless it's absolutely necessary. Tianyuan City is in the In ruins. Even the people from the 5 Holy Lands won't dare to provoke it. It is not calculated in this way. It can only be said that with the current resources of Tianyuan City, it has the potential. Yi Qin shook his head and smiled. Let's go. Let's go in and take a look. Taste of them Yi, as Yi, Saint Heaven, of Chen of Chen, of the city. How world. Chen, as sect in of Yi Qin covered the area with his divine consciousness. Seriousness flashed through his eyes, subsequently because there were too many places in Tianyuan City with formations. Even with his powerful divine consciousness, he could not penetrate them. Under his divine sense, he could faintly sense traces of extremely obscure yet extremely powerful auras. These auras were like thunder that lay dormant above the clouds. As long as anyone dared to challenge the heavenly might, they would be struck by lightning. This Heavenly Yuan Trading Association is quite extraordinary. Yi Qin suddenly thought, those obscure auras must be void refinement old monsters. I wonder if there's a soul-splitting stage existence, the spirit-severing stage, the form synthesis stage, and the crossing tribulation stage were known as the 3 stages of heavenly connection. Each step in the 3 stages of heavenly connection was different from the void training stage. Yang Hao asked, Uncle Yi, where are we going next? Didn't that Fong girl want us to go find her? The patriarch of hell chuckled and said, look at that girl. She has a high position in Tianyuan City. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a void refinement old monster protecting her. I want to eat and drink from her. It's best if I sleep with her. A few people looked at him in disdain as soon as he was done speaking. Let's not look for her for now. Yi Qin poured a bucket of cold water on him. Let's walk around and get a general understanding of the situation first. At the moment when Yi Qin retracted his divine consciousness, different people in the gigantic Tianyuan City lifted their eyes to look at where Yi Qin and the rest were earlier. In the city governor's residence in Tianyuan City, Feng Zue, who was dressed in red, looked at the person before her in confusion. She said, What's wrong, great-grandpa? Before her stood an old man with white hair and a sage-like beard. The old man's eyes were like lightning as he said, That's strange. I felt like someone was spying on me earlier. Someone was spying on you? Feng Zue was stunned to hear that at first. She then snickered and said, That's impossible. Who do you think you are, great-grandpa? Who in the entire Tianyuan City would dare to spy on you? You're good at coaxing people. The old man shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or to cry. Subsequently, he said in all seriousness, The desolate god's tomb is about to open. Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you don't perform well by then, even I won't be able to protect you. He sighed softly as he spoke to this point. I believe you know that there's a serious internal conflict in the Tianyuan Trade Association. There are all sorts of open and secret fights. If you want to climb to that position, you'll have to bear the pressure from the others. I know, great-grandpa. Feng Zue's expression turned serious as her beautiful eyes dimmed. The desolate god's tomb is about to open. Feng Tiandu and the rest have invited their own external help. But none of the invitations I've sent out have responded. If I fail this time, I might be transferred back. A silhouette suddenly appeared in her head as she thought to this point. Her beautiful eyes could not help but light up. If that senior, Yi, is willing to help me. At that moment, Yi Qin had already arrived at a huge square with his people. At that moment, the square was extremely lively. An endless stream of people were surging into the Tianyuan City, in the distance. Why are there so many people? Luo Tinya could not help but say, Could it be that something big is going to happen in Tianyuan City? Yi Qin secretly frowned and immediately spread his divine consciousness. Subsequently, he heard the whispers in the crowd. Are those people from the great Jiang God dynasty? I heard that the great Jiang God dynasty is also going to attack the desolate God's tomb this time. They even sent a son of God. Looks like they're determined to get the desolate God's tomb. They're here, the people from the great Jiang God dynasty are here, Yi Qin thought to himself when he heard the discussion. He then lifted his head slightly and looked over. The great Jiang God dynasty? End of this chapter. Chapter 1496. Under Yi Chen's gaze. An ear-piercing sound of something tearing through the air could be heard in the sky above the huge square. It was as if the entire space could not withstand it. Following that, giant birds tore through the sky. Terrifying, ferocious beasts that were comparable to war giants descended from the sky, and there were men in golden battle robes standing on them. All of them were protecting the young man in the lead. The young man had a handsome face, and there was a mark that looked like a fish scale between his brows. From afar, it looked like an ancient divine inscription that contained a sacred and dignified aura. No one dared to look at it directly. Behind him, there was also a young man in golden battle robes. The young man still had the same mark between his brows. It's the great Jiang God dynasty's godson, Jiang Li and Jiang Qinxing. What? The great Jiang God dynasty actually sent out 2 godsons this time? Oh my God, what a big move. Looks like the great Jiang God dynasty is determined to obtain the desolate God's tomb. Upon seeing this scene, quite a number of people on the large square, who were originally holding their breaths, involuntarily inhaled a breath of cold air. Shock surged onto their faces. The great Jiang God dynasty? Yi Qin looked at the group of people. His gaze landed on the godson of the great Jiang God dynasty, Jiang Li. He's just a godson, but he's already faintly comprehended the concept of God transformation. His aptitude isn't bad. His eyes flickered slightly, and he was a little more interested in this so-called great Jiang God dynasty. What surprised him the most was that he saw Jiang Yi among the group of people. On the square, Jiang Li and the rest who had landed did not care about everyone's gazes. Instead, they headed towards the Tianyuan Inn in the distance. The Tianyuan Inn was built by Tianyuan City to receive distinguished guests. However, when Yi Chen's gaze landed on Jiang Li seemed to have sensed it and turned to look at the crowd. His eyes flickered nonstop. Jiang Yi, who was behind him, looked over and said respectfully, "Your Highness, what's wrong?" "Nothing." Jiang Li sized up the crowd again before withdrawing his gaze. He led the crowd towards the Tianyuan Inn thoughtfully. Just now, his intuition told him that someone was spying on him. However, he did not find that person in the crowd. There was only one explanation left. Tianyuan City was indeed as crouching tigers and hidden dragons as the rumors said. After they left, many forces arrived at the square one after another. However, they did not attract Yi Chen's attention. Yang Hao couldn't help but say, "Uncle Yi, what's our plan now?" "No." Yi Chen smiled lightly. He looked at everyone and said coldly, while the others watched in disbelief, "The plan now is to find a place to settle down for the time being. Everyone disperse. Inform each other if there's any movement." His true motive was to inquire about the whereabouts of the 5-element heaven lotus in Tianyuan City. However, this item was incomparably precious. In order to prevent any unnecessary waves, it was better to do it secretly. Although the Heaven Origin Inn was called an inn, it was more like a magnificent tower with dense formations on it. What caught Yi Chen's attention the most was that the tower contained extremely rich spiritual energy. When Yi Chen arrived at the entrance of the Heaven Origin Inn with the Patriarch, Yang Hao, and the rest, an attendant welcomed them warmly. "Are you guys looking for a room?" The attendant was only 16 or 17 years old, but he was at Mastery Golden Core stage. At this level, he would be the head of a small family on Earth and would be respected. However, he was just a manservant here. The Patriarch of Hell was like a rich bachelor, as he said in an extremely generous manner, "Give us a few of the best rooms in your inn." However, the attendant revealed a troubled expression and said, "Senior, I'm really sorry. Most of the rooms in our inn are full, especially the best rooms. There's not a single one left." "Brat, what do you mean? Do you think that I don't have the money to spend?" The Patriarch of Hell immediately glared. The attendant immediately forced a smile and said, "There's really no room left. The desolate god's tomb is about to open. Too many people have come to Tianyuan City. Not only our Heaven Origin Inn, but even the other inns are already full." "All right, don't make things difficult for him." Yi Qin shook his head helplessly and said to the former, "Give each of us a room you have left." After saying that, he immediately threw out a storage bag that contained quite a number of spirit stones. After the attendant took it, he immediately turned around and took out a few jade tokens and handed them to everyone. "Everyone, these are the room keys. All you need to do is drip a drop of blood on them and you can refine them. Isn't it just a room card? It's actually so rare." Yang Hao was shocked. Every room is protected by formations and restrictions. You can only open it with a key. The Patriarch of Hell glanced at him in disdain. "Stop showing off like a country bumpkin. You're embarrassing me." The attendant smiled and said, "Everyone, your rooms aren't next to each other. There are room numbers on it. You can find them by following the directions." Yang Hao refined the room card, and a string of words immediately appeared on it. He could not help but say, "I'm 7th in the west." The Patriarch is 12th in the west. The Patriarch of Hell said. Yi Wushuang said, "I'm 9th in the west." Yi Qin looked at the room card in his hand and said while frowning, "I'm 24th in the east. It seems like we really aren't next to each other." "That's fine." The Patriarch of Hell, on the other hand, said nonchalantly, "We're just staying at an inn. Why are we next to each other? We don't have any special hobbies. We can take care of each other any time." After saying that, he took the lead and walked towards his room. Yi Qin shook his head after watching them leave. He walked to his room with the token in his hand. Not long after he left, the Patriarch of Hell returned. He looked at the attendant and said with a smile, "Little brother, do you know where there's a club in Tianyuan City?" The attendant was slightly stunned. "What's a club?" "Ah." The Patriarch of Hell's lips moved slightly. In the end, he rubbed his hands and forced out a few words. "Brothel. Yes." The attendant immediately came to a realization. It seemed like it was the first time he had faced such a request. He said rather embarrassedly, "If you go out and walk 50 kilometers east, you'll see a pavilion built on a mountain. The words Immortal Restaurant are written on it. That's it." As soon as he finished speaking, he felt his vision blur. When he looked again, the Patriarch was already gone. He could not help but shake his head and say, "Sigh, another target to be plucked. He's already lusting after beauty at such a young age. He's destined not to go far on the path of cultivation." Although the Tianyuan did not look big from the outside, it was a different world inside. There were about a few hundred floors, and each floor was stacked with void formations. They did not affect each other. Moreover, the person who set up the formation was extremely skilled, preventing outsiders from peeping into the room. When Yi Qin arrived at the room, he found out that the so-called 24th East that the attendant mentioned was just a courtyard. It was a combination of several rooms. There was a small courtyard in the middle. It was a little similar to a homestay in the secular world. It was extremely simple. End of this chapter. Chapter 1497. In the courtyard, there was a rock that was about 10 meters tall. At that moment, there was a young man in green sitting on it with his eyes closed as he breathed. 2 energy dragons spat out from his nostrils, producing a thunderous sound. The young man's cultivation base was at stage nascent soul. Spirit turtle breathing technique. Yi Qin could not help but come down gradually. He could tell what was special about the young man's breathing technique at a glance. He then secretly shook his head. Unfortunately, this breathing technique doesn't work. If I continue cultivating like this, I'll hurt my lungs sooner or later. At that moment, the young man who had been breathing with his eyes closed suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at Yi Chen coldly like lightning. "Who are you? Why are you here?" Yi Chen took out the token in his hand. The young man's expression softened slightly as he said impatiently, "The room on the far left behind you is your room." With that, he closed his eyes again and began breathing again. "Thank you." After saying that, Yi Chen turned around and walked to the door of the room he was in. The so-called door was actually a hazy restriction. He did not even need the token to enter such a restriction. However, considering that he did not want to cause any unnecessary trouble, he took out the token to remove the restriction and stepped in. The moment he entered, the young man who was breathing with his eyes closed on the rock suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at the room he was in and said, "Another hothead who came for the desolate god's tomb. He doesn't even look at his cultivation base and dares to covet the opportunities in the desolate god's tomb. If you have the time, why don't you learn from me and focus on cultivating? As long as you have great perseverance, you'll reach soul formation sooner or later." He seemed to be regretting and encouraging himself. Then he closed his eyes again. Meanwhile, Yi Chen's room was extremely simple. It was less than 100 square meters. There was only a bed and a meditation cushion in the resting room. There was also a pill furnace and a small alchemy room. Fortunately, there was an endless stream of spiritual energy flowing into the room. Such conditions might be simple for ordinary people, but it was nothing for cultivators. After all, they only needed a meditation cushion to meditate for decades. Yi Chen lifted his hand and set up a restriction in the room again. He then sat down and thought to himself, "My priority now is to find out about the 5-element lotus. Secondly, I have to find the whereabouts of Yang Tian and the immortal-slaying flying dagger." The 5-element lotus isn't an ordinary item. It's very difficult to find it in ordinary pharmacies. The only breakthrough might be in the auctions and the major markets. His eyes flickered slightly. After saying that, he could not help but release his divine consciousness, ignoring the formations and restrictions outside the rooms, sensing everything. Did you hear? This time, for the sake of the desolate god's tomb, the various holy lands have sent out their most elite forces. Even the heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce has invited external help. It is said that this is a test for the younger generation, and the winner can take control of the heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce. Rumor has it that the master of the desolate god's tomb, Old Man Great Desolation, had once killed his way into the forbidden area and escaped unscathed. How can the various sacred grounds not go crazy over him? That's not all. I heard that even the major alien races have been mobilized, including the son-in-law of the merfolk. It's said that he obtained a peerless inheritance in the merfolk's ancestral land. One of them made Yi Chen's eyes flicker. The son-in-law of the Merman clan? Luo Tianya and Taoist Beiyan once said that Yang Tian was captured by the Merman clan to be their son-in-law. Could it be Yang Tian? Thinking to this point, he could not help but say, "If it's really Yang Tian, then I need to pay attention to the desolate god's tomb." He released his divine consciousness again, but he did not hear any useful information. Instead, there were few rooms in the inn with extremely vast formations and restrictions. With the strength of his divine consciousness, it was not difficult for him to break through. However, he would inevitably alert the enemy, so he could only give up. Since I know where Yang Tian is, it's time to look for the 5-element lotus. Yi Chen's eyes flashed. He immediately got up and opened the restriction. He walked out of the room and saw the young man still meditating on the rock in the courtyard. The young man only opened his eyes when Yi Chen passed by him. Yi Chen said with a smile, "Brother, do you know where there's a market nearby?" "West City," the young man said coldly and closed his eyes again. "Thank you." Yi Chen walked out of the courtyard after saying that. The young man opened his eyes and said to the direction he left in, When others stay at the Tianyuanin, they all want to cultivate with the help of this rare, dense spiritual energy. However, this person did the opposite and went to the market. Clearly, he wants to buy medicinal pills and forcefully raise his cultivation base. It's foolish to rely on external forces like this. He shook his head as he spoke. Looking at this person's young age, his cultivation base definitely won't exceed the God transformation stage. Judging from his words and actions, he's destined to never reach the God transformation stage. In room number 7, Yi Chun looked at Yang Hao with a strange expression. Are you saying that the patriarch went out? Yes, the patriarch just went out not long ago. Yang Hao said innocently. I asked him what he was going to do, but he only smiled and didn't say anything. He even asked me if I wanted to go, saying that he would bring me to have a feast. Have a feast! The corner of Yi Chen's lips twitched slightly. He could only say, I have something to do. Stay in the room. Don't run around if you have nothing to do. He thought about it and decided not to tell him about Yang Tian. At the same time, in the Immortal Tower in Tianyuan City, the Patriarch of Hell laughed heartily. Not bad, not bad. Continue. Serve me well, and I'll reward you with some spiritual pills. It'll be enough for you to cultivate for decades. In his room, there were intermittent sounds of birds and swallows, but they were immediately cut off by the formation. On the 8th floor of the Immortal Tower, outside a quiet and antique room, a voice that sounded like a male duck sounded. Shooting, a fat sheep is here. A fat sheep is here. Subsequently, a gentle and bone-numbing voice sounded in the antique room. Aunt Yen, what fat sheep? You have no idea. Just now, a fat sheep came to our place. He's extremely extravagant, easily hundreds to thousands of spirit stones. He even has dustfall pills and dragon blood pills. A charming woman in her 30s stood at the door, extremely excited. I'm sure that this fat sheep must be the successor of some holy land. We can't miss this opportunity. The bone-numbing voice sounded again. Aunt Yen let the other sisters go. With their charm technique and plucking technique, they'll definitely be able to take him down. As soon as he said this, the woman standing at the door immediately wanted to cry, but had no tears. She said none of them can do it. All of them crawled out of the room. They've lost 50 years of cultivation. I suspect that person must be proficient in sexual techniques. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so lively. Xueyin, as the top courtesan of our immortal tower, you've made countless men in Tianyuan City fall head over heels for you. Even the God transformation stage patriarchs can't resist your temptation. If you don't make a move, our immortal tower will suffer a huge loss. End of this chapter. Chapter 1498. After walking out of the Tianyuanin, Yi Qin walked to the west of the city at a steady pace. There were very few mortals in the city, and most of them were cultivators. However, many of them deliberately restrained their auras or cultivated aura concealment techniques. In Yi Chen's eyes, such methods were no different from burying one's head. On both sides of the street, there were shops with carved railings and jade bricks. They looked extremely grand, and almost every shop was full. Yi Chen walked into the crowded shops. He scanned with his divine consciousness and saw everything in the shops. He could not help but shake his head. When he walked out of the last shop and was about to return home, he realized that the crowded street had suddenly fallen into a commotion. Then there was chaos, and countless cultivators retreated to the side with changed expressions. Soon after, the entire ground began to shake violently. A group of people with a murderous aura galloped over from the south gate on beasts. The dense killing intent caused the expressions of countless people to change. It's the Heavenly Abyss Guards. Someone sucked in a breath of cold air and said, The Heavenly Abyss Guards of the city governor's mansion. What? Aren't the Heavenly Abyss Guards tightly controlled by the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce and rarely shown to the public? Why are they making such a big fuss now? Hee, I'm afraid you guys don't know. It's said that something from the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce has been stolen, and the Heavenly Abyss Guards are out to capture the thief. Even the 4 city gates have been sealed. How dare he steal from the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce? I'm afraid this person doesn't want to live anymore, right? I'm curious about what exactly the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce lost. One must know that with the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce's wealth, there's no need for them to make such a fuss about ordinary things. Countless whispers could be heard in the surroundings. Yi Chun retreated to the side and allowed the Heavenly Abyss guards to brush past him. He thought to himself, interesting. He shook his head and walked towards the Tianyuan Inn. After walking for about 5 kilometers, he stopped and turned around to say to the empty alley behind him, "Friend, come out!" However, there was silence in the face of his words. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Yi Chen's eyes flashed. He extended his hand and locked onto a space directly. He slapped his hand hard at that place. Buzz! That space distorted to the extreme, like a ball of cotton candy that had been squashed. Accompanied by a muffled groan, a black shadow dashed out from within. As soon as the black shadow appeared, it tried to escape. You've been following me all the way. Stay! Yi Chen clenched his fist hard at the space where she was from afar. She immediately felt as if she had hit something heavy and was thrown back. It was a little girl in a green, cotton-padded robe. She was no more than 7 or 8 years old, and her facial features were extremely delicate, like a porcelain doll. However, her face was a little pale. Even a gleam of surprise flashed through Yi Chen's eyes. He did not expect the person following him to be a little girl. However, his eyes were still cold. In the cultivation world, one's age and appearance had never been judged. Often, a girl who looked like she was only a few years old might be an old monster who had cultivated for thousands of years. Yi Chen said, "Tell me, why are you following me?" The girl bit her lip and looked at him as if she was afraid. She said timidly, "Big brother, I'm being chased by bad people. I have no choice but to follow you. Please take pity on me and let me go." After saying that, she revealed a pitiful look. If that look fell into the eyes of an ordinary person, perhaps they would feel pity for her. However, Yi Chen's expression did not change. Invisible killing intent enveloped her. "You still have one more chance to explain." Fear flashed through the girl's eyes after sensing the killing intent. She rolled her eyes and said, "Because Big Brother is handsome. You're the most handsome person I've ever seen. So, boom!" Yi Chen took a step forward, and an invisible pressure pressed down. I'll talk. The girl fell to the ground and said immediately, "Because I've seen you before. I've seen your portrait in the city governor's residence in Tianyuan City." "Nonsense!" Yi Chen scoffed. "It's true." The girl explained immediately, "I saw your portrait in Ms. Fang Ziyue's room. Therefore, I wanted to follow you by instinct after seeing you. I wanted to see your relationship with Fang Ziyue." Yi Chen's eyes gleamed upon hearing that. "There's a portrait of me in Fang Ziyue's room?" "Indeed." The girl felt relieved. "Ms. Fang has always been indifferent to men, but there's a portrait of you in her room, so—" "Humph." Yi Chen scoffed and secretly believed her. After all, he had just met Fang Ziyue, so it was impossible for anyone to know about their relationship. He flapped his sleeve and turned around to leave. "Scram!" The girl rolled her eyes and said all of a sudden, "Don't, big brother. I'm guessing you're definitely not from Tianyuan City. I'm sure you're here for the desolate God's tomb, right? So what if I am? So what if I'm not?" Yi Chen turned around to look at her. The girl continued, "Moreover, I know that you're here to buy some medicinal pills and magic treasures that can enhance your ability. Unfortunately, you've come to the wrong place. The real treasures won't be out in the open. I know an extremely secretive place that has great treasures." "Where is it?" Yi Chen asked. The girl rolled her eyes and said, "I can tell you, but you'll have to bring me along. The threshold for that place is extremely high. You have to be at least on God transformation to join." Yi Chen said in a deep voice, "Sure." "That's great. The girl giggled. This place is known as the Phantom Market. It's a space trade fair. It's extremely secretive. There are less than 5 outsiders in the entire Tianyuan city who know about it. There must be something you want there. Lead the way, Yi Chen said. The girl stuck her tongue out playfully and nodded in agreement. An hour later, in a barren land in Tianyuan city, a sandstorm raged. The spiritual energy was extremely thin, and one could say that there was no one there. However, nobody would have thought that such a secretive space trade fair would be held in such a barren land. 2 silhouettes landed before a cactus, scaring a lizard so much that it fled. The girl stretched her arm and pointed at the edge of the sandstorm. Big brother, it's here. Yi Chen secretly frowned. Subsequently, he spread out his divine consciousness. A hint of shock flashed through his calm eyes because he could sense that there were no less than 100 auras in this space. The weakest was at beginner stage God transformation. As for intermediate stage God transformation and advanced stage God transformation, there were many of them. What surprised Yi Chen the most was that there was an extremely vast aura among them. Yi Chen had sensed such a fluctuation from Elder Ku before. This place is extremely secretive. Yi Chen retracted his gaze and said with a faint smile, I hope you won't disappoint me. Chapter 1499. Big brother, what you've seen is only the tip of the iceberg. The girl chuckled and said, The ghost business is the real deal. After we go in, Big brother should keep a low profile. After all, there are all sorts of old monsters here. Cut the crap. Let's go. Yi Chen smiled lightly. Subsequently, he waved his sleeve and charged into the depths of the desert while carrying her. He seemed to have touched some barrier and disappeared mysteriously. In the depths of the desert, there was a 30-meter wide hole in front of a sand dune. It was filled with terrifying spatial energy like a ferocious mouth. You're willing to open up a separate space in the void for trading. I'm looking forward to it. Yi Chen smiled lightly and performed the disguise tactic immediately. His face turned into a slightly hunched old man with a face full of stubble at a speed visible to the naked eye. When he looked again, the girl next to him had also turned into an old woman with silver hair and a walking stick in her hand. She was coughing from time to time. Let's go. Yi Chen took a good look at her and stepped into the huge space hole immediately. As the space changed and the endless suction force came, Yi Chen's body trembled. Soon, the two of them realized that the scene before them had changed. What replaced it was a place that looked like a huge plaza. There were many buildings densely packed in it, forming the shape of a street. The sky above their heads was dark, and terrifying gales were raging. At this moment, the huge circular plaza was already filled with people. As the two of them entered, many gazes were cast over, but they quickly retracted. The old woman, who was transformed from a girl, looked around as if it was her first time here. Big brother, what do you need? Let's take a look first. Yi Chen could not help but glance at her after saying that. I'll keep my promise. I brought you in. You can go do what you need to do. Big brother, do you not want me to follow you that much? The old woman, who was transformed from a girl, pouted in grievance. However, she still nodded and parted ways with Yi Chen. It's very likely that this person is the one who alarmed the Deep Heaven Guards. Yi Chen watched her leave. His eyes flickered a few times before he shook his head and walked straight to a street. There were all sorts of stalls on both sides of the street. The items on them could be said to be dazzling. There were jade slips, medicinal pills, magic treasures, and precious materials. They were all extraordinary items. The bosses sitting in front of the stalls all had unfathomable auras. Coupled with their silence, it was obvious that they were not people to be trifled with. 7 Transformation Treasure River Pill can help a cultivator nurture a god court. There's a chance to increase his divine consciousness. The myriad regression technique can be cultivated to great perfection. God transformation, the 10-mile green dragon sword, a top-tier ice-type supreme spirit treasure. Yi Chen's gaze swept past the stalls, and he believed the girl's words again. This was a top-notch trade fair. There was not a single item below the divine transformation stage. The street was huge. Even for Yi Chen, it took him 10 minutes to walk around. However, the items in the stalls might be attractive to others, but they were meaningless to him. When Yi Chen walked to the end of the square, he saw an ancient pavilion. The pavilion was extremely old, as if it had been through countless years. No one dared to underestimate it. There were few simple and unadorned words on the pavilion, auction pavilion. At this moment, there were many figures entering the pavilion in an orderly manner. The auction pavilion. Yi Chen's eyes flickered, and he walked towards the former immediately. He saw two old men in gray robes with their faces shrouded in black fog guarding the entrance of the pavilion. The two of them did not say a word as they sized up everyone who entered expressionlessly. A heavy pressure was emitted from their bodies. They were at great perfection God transformation stage. In the foreign sex, a great perfection God transformation stage cultivator was enough to be the helmsman. However, he was reduced to a gatekeeper here. From this, one could tell how high the standard of this so-called auction pavilion was. As soon as Yi Chen approached, one of the old men glanced at him and said expressionlessly, "Sir, please show me your proof of identity." "Will this work?" Yi Chen flicked his finger, and a golden token shot at the former immediately. The latter took it and took a good look at it. His pupils constricted immediately. Subsequently, he returned the token to Yi Chen and handed him a bamboo hat. "Please come in." That token was given to him by Feng Ziwa before she left. The bamboo hat was unique to the trade fair. It was used to conceal one's aura. After all, the trade fair could not be seen openly. The things traded would usually cause a commotion in the outside world. Therefore, everyone had to change their identity. Yi Chen put on the bamboo hat and walked into the pavilion. What he saw was a hall that was about half the size of the square. There were a total of 3 floors in the hall. There were many rooms on each floor, and there was a faint aura coming from many of the rooms. As soon as Yi Chen entered, countless divine will surged at him. Clearly, they wanted to investigate his identity. However, they were blocked by the bamboo hat. Humph! Yi Chen activated his divine telekinesis and scoffed. Divine telekinesis attacks surged out in all directions like a tidal wave. In an instant, many people felt a piercing pain in their souls. Then they secretly inhaled sharply and said, "This person must be a great perfection, God, transformation, old monster." Yi Chen entered the only room left on the 3rd floor alone. He then began to look around. He saw that the auction seat in the middle of the 1st floor was empty. Clearly, it was not time for the auction yet. At that moment, his divine will suddenly sensed a voice coming from next door. "Fellow, I'm willing to pay 100,000 spirit stones to buy your room." He could not help but look towards the source of the voice. He saw 3 men wearing bamboo hats standing outside the room next door. The leader was clearly communicating with the owner of the room. At the next moment, an extremely old voice came from the room next to Yi Chen's. "Get lost!" Clearly, he rejected the former's request. Seeing this, the owners of the divine wills that swept past revealed gloating expressions, as if they were happy to watch such a good show. The man in the bamboo hat who was leading the 3 chuckled. "Shameless old thing. You're only at mid-stage God transformation. Yet you dare to be so arrogant. Get your ass out here." After saying that, he stretched out his hand and forcefully broke the formation in the room. Immediately, he held an old man in a bamboo hat who looked extremely terrified. The owner of the room was terrified. "Fellow, it's a misunderstanding. I'm willing to give up my room. It's too late." The man in the bamboo hat spoke coldly. He exerted force with his arm, and the former turned into a bloody mist on the spot. Even his soul was not spared. Seeing the scene, the expressions of many people who were paying attention changed slightly, instantly killing a mid-stage God transformation cultivator. Looks like this person must be a perfected God transformation cultivator. The man in the bamboo hat seemed to have crushed an ant to death. He immediately brought his men into the room where the former was and fell into silence. Yi Chen took a deep look at the room where the former was. For some reason, the man in the bamboo hat gave him a sense of familiarity. Thinking to this point, he could not help but send a wisp of divine will into the room next door. He saw that the man in the bamboo hat had taken off his bamboo hat, revealing a young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes. "I'm suffocating this lousy bamboo hat." The young man sat heavily on the meditation cushion. The two old men in front of him worked together to seal the entire room. One of them wanted to say something, but hesitated. "Young master, we're in Tianyuan City right now. It's best to be careful." The young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes said indifferently, "What's there to be afraid of? You guys brought the clan's treasure, the heavenly heart, soul-locking tent. Even beginner stage, void, refinement, old monsters won't be able to spy on us easily." Shock flashed through Yi Chen's calm eyes when he saw the former's face clearly. "It's actually Yang Tian. This brat." Chapter 1500. This guy. Yi Chen had mixed feelings as he looked at the familiar face that he had not seen in a long time in the room next door. However, he was extremely surprised. Who else could it be but Yang Tian? He never thought that he would be able to see this guy in the black market of Tianyuan City. Furthermore, the two of them were only a room apart. Just as he was stunned, Yang Tian in the room next door said again, "Elder Quan, do you think I angered the owner of this black market by killing that old thing in front of everyone?" "Young master, don't worry." An old man wearing a bamboo hat in front of him smiled faintly and said, "Not to mention that the auction hasn't officially started yet. Even if the people from the black market want to touch us, they have to think twice." With that, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. The merfolk were able to survive in the Yin ruins for countless years. As the overlord of the Yin ruins outer area, they were naturally not existences that anyone could provoke. Moreover, they had sent 3 people this time. Yang Tian nodded and said, "Then I'm relieved." The 3 of them had no idea that Yi Chen was watching their every word and action, even though they had opened the merfolk's treasure, the heavenly heart soul-lock tent. Looks like the rumors are true. Yang Tian really obtained some fortuitous encounter. Moreover, his status in the merfolk isn't low. Yi Chen's eyes flashed, and he could not help but reveal a smile at the corner of his lips. With his eyesight, he could naturally tell that Yang Tian's true cultivation base was at peak god transformation stage at the moment. The same was true for the old man wearing a bamboo hat who was accompanying him. Just as he was about to go out and meet Yang Tian, a deafening bell suddenly rang in the silent hall. Hearing this commotion, many people's expressions froze. They could not help but look towards the source of the sound. They saw an old man with white hair and beard, who looked like he was on the verge of death, slowly appear in everyone's line of sight in the distorted space. The moment he appeared, a terrifying pressure and Tao patterns spread out in the entire hall, causing the expressions of countless people to change. Half-step void refinement stage. Some people who came for the first time secretly gasped. Clearly, they did not expect such an existence to exist in this extremely secretive spatial trade fair. Sorry for the long wait. After the white-haired old man looked around the hall, his voice rang out in everyone's ears. Many of my old friends here know me, and there are also fellow Taoists who have come to the space trade fair for the first time. Before the auction, let me introduce myself. This old man is Old Man Black Heaven, currently the steward of the spatial trade fair. The white-haired old man was neither fast nor slow, but no one present showed the slightest bit of impatience. Instead, they listened very quietly. At this moment, an old man came forward and whispered a few words into the old man's ear. He would occasionally look at Yang Tian's room, as if he was reporting everything that had happened earlier. Old Man Black Heaven calmly glanced at Yang Tian's room. There was no expression on his face. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, the space he was in suddenly contracted violently, as if it had become a cage that trapped him within. Ladies and gentlemen, the space auction has officially begun. Within the distorted space barrier, Old Man Black Heaven's right arm trembled, and a crystal coffin immediately appeared in the air before him. The crystal coffin was no more than 2 meters long, and its entire body emitted a bone-piercing chill. If one looked closely, they would discover that there seemed to be a figure sealed in ice in the coffin. With the appearance of the ice coffin, the gazes of Yang Tian and the other two in the room next to Yi Chen's turned cold, and they sat up in shock. This is a level 8 merman. He was only a step away from level 9 when he was alive. Under everyone's gazes, Old Man Black Heaven spoke with fervor and assurance. Everyone, I'm sure you all know what a rank 8 merman represents. His status in the merman tribe is equivalent to that of an elder, and his bloodline can be considered sacred. Most importantly, his body has nurtured the lightning spirit bead. As soon as he finished speaking, the originally quiet hall was immediately filled with uproars. Level 8 merman, it's actually a level 8 merman. This space trade fair is really bold. They actually took out a merman to auction. Don't they know that the Merfolk clan has always valued their clansmen and bloodline? Anyone who dares to covet their clansmen is equivalent to becoming enemies with the entire Merfolk clan. A level 8 merman has long condensed a sacred bloodline. His fat is like a lamp that will never be extinguished for 10,000 years. The silk he weaves is as light as a feather, and his scales can cure all diseases and prolong his lifespan. Hearing the discussions around him, Old Man Black Heaven, who was within the space barrier, smiled slightly, as if he had expected this. How dare you? Even Yi Chen was shocked. Then he looked at the room where Yang Tian was by instinct. He saw that the three of them could no longer control the killing intent in their bodies. These bastards! Yang Tian's face was livid, and his eyes were about to spit fire. The Merfolk clan had treated him well. It could be said that he had long treated the Merfolk clan as his family. Now that he saw someone taking out a merman to auction, how could he not be furious? Young master, don't be rash. Elder Quan took a deep breath in and said coldly, If I'm not wrong, this merman is young mistress sister, Princess Xianling, who has been missing for more than 10 years. I didn't expect her to be killed like this. That's right, young master. The more it's like this, the calmer we have to be. The other old man in the bamboo hat also suppressed his anger and said, The plan now is to bring Princess Xianling's body back first. After reporting to the patriarch, we'll settle the score with these bastards. Yang Tian clenched his fists tightly and let out a long breath. All right, no matter what price we have to pay, we must bring my sister-in-law's body back. Everyone, this merman was provided by a fellow cultivator who wishes to remain anonymous. This fellow cultivator wants a wood-type cultivation technique that can be cultivated to the void refinement stage, or 5 million spirit stones. Old Man Black Heaven smiled as he sized up everyone. Void refinement stage cultivation technique? Hearing this request, many people's expressions changed slightly. Clearly, they did not expect the other party to have such a huge appetite. A void refinement stage cultivation technique was a top-notch treasure even in the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. For a moment, the entire hall fell silent again, as if they were weighing the gains and losses. A moment later, a hoarse voice sounded, I'll take this. Everyone looked over and saw a dark light suddenly shooting towards Old Man Black Heaven from a room on the second floor. Old Man Black Heaven took it and saw that it was a scroll. After imprinting his divine consciousness into it for a few seconds, he nodded slightly and said again, This fellow has offered a void refinement stage wood-type cultivation technique. Is there a higher bid? Everyone fell silent. Clearly, they felt that it was not worth it, or they could not produce a void refinement stage cultivation technique. At that moment, Yang Tian, who was next to Yi Chen, suddenly said, We don't have a wood-type void refinement stage cultivation technique. Can we have a fire-type cultivation technique? Or are we willing to offer 6 million spirit stones in exchange? End of this chapter. Chapter 1501. As soon as he said that, many divine consciousness immediately shot towards Yang Tian's room. Clearly, they did not expect Yang Tian to be so rich. At the same time, someone recalled that the person who had made the bid was the group that had captured and killed a mid-stage soul formation old monster. Hearing Yang Tian's words, Old Man Black Heaven hesitated slightly. Then his lips moved slightly as if he was talking to the mysterious cultivator who provided the merman. Not long after, Old Man Black Heaven looked at Yang Tian's room and said, Fellow in room C2, I'm really sorry, but that fellow only wants a wood-type cultivation technique. At the same time, a hoarse voice came from room B33 again. It said that the women of the merfolk are all as beautiful as flowers. I'd like to have a taste of a rank, 8 merman. Old Man Black Heaven immediately announced. I announce that this rank, 8 merman's body will be returned to room B33. Wait! At this moment, an extremely calm voice interrupted him. I also have a wood-type void refinement cultivation technique. It was Yi Qin who spoke. As soon as he said that, countless divine consciousness shot towards the room he was in, including the extremely cold gazes of Yang Tian and the other two. Old Man Black Heaven was slightly stunned. Then he looked over and smiled. Fellow in room C1, if your cultivation technique is inferior to that of the fellow in room B33, it's useless. How can my cultivation technique be compared to someone else's trash cultivation technique? Yi Chun smiled lightly and flicked his finger. A jade slit pierced through the room's formation and shot towards Old Man Black Heaven. Since Yang Tian wanted to retrieve the merman's corpse, as his brother, how could he sit back and watch as the merman's corpse fell into someone else's hands? Moreover, he had too many cultivation techniques in his mind. Not only did he cultivate to void refinement, he even cultivated to tribulation stage, and he even had immortal techniques. Hearing his words, the expression of an old man wearing a bamboo hat in room B33 instantly became incomparably gloomy. Fellow cultivator, you really have a big mouth. I hope that your items are as powerful as your mouth. Trash, shut up, Yi Qin said coldly. Old Man Black Heaven stretched out his hand to receive the scroll. After giving it a glance, his expression changed, and his lips moved slightly. A few seconds later, he cupped his fists at the room Yi Chen was in and said, Fellow in room C1, that fellow has agreed to exchange with you. Bastard. The old man in room B33 was furious to hear that. Clearly, he did not expect Yi Chen to agree to what he said. The rest of the people in the hall were shocked as well. They could not understand why the other party would choose Yi Chen for the same void refinement stage cultivation method. The guy next door is dead for sure. Yang Tian's face was filled with killing intent as he looked at the room next door. He then said to the two people in front of him, Elder Quan, after this matter, you and Elder you will kill the person in room B33. As for the fellow next door, leave him to me. Elder Quan said fearfully, Young Master, since this person can take out a void training stage cultivation technique, even if he isn't a void training stage cultivator, I'm afraid he must be related to a void training stage old monster. It's all right. Yang Tian's eyes flickered with demonic fire, and a trace of heart-palpitating power faintly emerged from his body. I have my ways. In room B33, a sinister old man looked at the two connected rooms opposite him. Lightning flashed in his eyes. The one in room C2 must be from the Merfolk clan. As for room C1, he must be the godson of the 5 sacred grounds. However, since you dare to make an enemy of me, Old Man Tain, then don't blame me. After this, all of you will die. His gaze was almost venomous. Everyone. At this moment, Old Man Tian smiled, and a red scroll appeared in front of him. This is the fire-type void refinement stage cultivation method. Azura's sacred fire technique. It can devour everything and turn it into Azura's sacred fire. It specializes in restraining souls and spirits. It's extremely domineering. Before everyone could think too much, Old Man Haitian said again, the condition for the owner of this cultivation method is a grade 7 sea serpent's pearl. A grade 7 sea serpent's pearl? Yi Chen's eyes flashed when he heard that. It seems like the person who needs this item cultivates a demonic technique. Moreover, he's extremely good at illusions. The so-called sea serpent's pearl was the spiritual pearl nurtured in the sea serpent beast's body. The so-called sea serpent beast was a type of ancient beast that lived in desolate and uninhabited places all year round. It absorbed miasma and created illusions to confuse people. When ordinary people fell into the illusions, they would hallucinate and develop various emotions such as greed, anger, and hatred. The sea serpent beast relied on these emotions to evolve. However, the sea serpent beast was extremely rare and extremely difficult to deal with. Usually, the environment created by a grade 7 sea serpent beast was something that even a perfected soul formation cultivator could not extricate themselves from. As soon as Old Man Haitian finished speaking, many people in the hall shook their heads one after another. Clearly, they did not have the sea serpent's pearl. Not long after, someone took out the sea serpent's pearl and exchanged it with Old Man Haitian. After 2 consecutive trading items, Old Man Haitian no longer hesitated. He continued to take out one treasure after another that was enough to cause a stir in the outside world, causing everyone to fight for it. This went on for a full hour before Old Man Haitian cleared his throat and said with a flushed face, "Next, we'll begin the auction of the second item of this trade fair." With that, a bone piece that looked like a tortoise shell suddenly appeared before him. The bone piece was only the size of a baby's palm, and there were various patterns engraved on it. The moment the tortoise shell appeared, Yi Chen's originally calm expression finally changed slightly. The incomplete diagram of the 5-element heavenly lotus. He could not be more familiar with the aura on the tortoise shell. It was exactly the same as the bone piece in Marshal Godworski's body. Yi Chen did not expect that he would really gain something unexpected from this trip that he did not have much hope for. Fellow Haitian, this item's aura is ordinary. It looks no different from an ordinary tortoise shell. How can it be listed as the finale item? An impatient voice came from the room. Are you toying with us? Fellow, you're right. This item is just an ordinary tortoise shell. Even if some of the patterns on it look rough, it shouldn't be listed as the finale item, right? Could it be that there are no more treasures in this spatial trade fair? His words were immediately echoed by most people. Faced with the discussions of the crowd, Old Man Haitian was not flustered. He smiled faintly and said, "Haha, everyone, although this item looks ordinary after our research, we discovered that the patterns on it seem to be the whereabouts of a holy medicine. However, it's only an incomplete diagram." As soon as he finished speaking, waves of voices that sounded like stormy waves rose in the entire hall. What? Holy medicine? Someone cried out involuntarily. Is it the legendary medicine that can restore one's youth and increase one's cultivation base by a large level without any side effects? It can even extend one's life by hundreds of years. End of this chapter. Chapter 1502. Panacea. How is that possible? Hearing Old Man Blackheaven's words, an undercurrent suddenly surged in the originally quiet hall. Countless divine wills swept towards the auction seats like a tide. If it wasn't for Old Man Blackheaven's identity, someone would have already tried to snatch it. This showed the value of the panacea. In the face of such turbulence, Old Man Blackheaven still had a smile on his face, as if he had already guessed everyone's reaction. In room C2, the moment Old Man Blackheaven took out the tortoiseshell, Yang Tian's eyes moved without batting an eyelid. His mind was a little shaken, because he had seen it before. The last time he saw it was in the hands of the Merfolk clan's patriarch. The Merfolk clan's patriarch treated it as a treasure and studied it day and night. Could the patriarch's tortoiseshell also be a panacea map fragment? Thinking of this, Yang Tian made up his mind. Seems like that's the case. Forget it. If there's a chance, I'll buy it. At the same time, in a room on the first floor of the hall, an elegant young man in a green shirt stared at the tortoiseshell and said in a deep voice, "The patriarch doesn't have much time left. If there's a panacea to save him, he'll definitely live for another few hundred years. He might even be able to ascend to a higher realm." "Get it, we must get it," the elegant young man muttered to himself with a firm gaze. "For the Ji family, for the mission of the Xian Yuan 8 clans, we must get this panacea map fragment no matter the cost." Interesting. In another room, a young man with divine runes surging between his brows could not help but squint and say, "This spatial trade fair is getting more and more interesting. Even the panacea map fragment has been leaked." Behind him, a towering man in a golden battlesuit bowed and said, "Your Highness, should the great Jiang divine dynasty make a move for this item?" "Of course, how can we not?" The divine rune young man smiled faintly. "The divine king is about to celebrate his 6,000th birthday. If I give him this as a birthday gift, I'll definitely be able to please him." "Fifth brother, what's so difficult about it?" A young man sat beside him. The young man's brows furrowed. "You just need to say the name of the great Jiang divine dynasty. Who dares to compete with us?" With that, he had a proud expression. "Don't mess around." The countenance of the young man in divine inscriptions sank. "How valuable is the fragmented map of the Saint Medicine? If you stand out now, it would be equivalent to making everyone your enemy. How do you know if there are people from the 5 Holy Lands among the crowd?" Hearing those words, the expression of the young man changed slightly. "Incomplete Saint Herb map." A god-like majestic figure in the empty space muttered, "One can wear out iron shoes in fruitless search, only to find it by chance. I must obtain this item. Once I consume this panacea, I want to see if Tian Yuanzi's group will still dare to underestimate me. And Mad Southerny, just you wait. When I find the holy medicine and consume it, I'll kill my way into China to extract your soul and refine it. I'll slaughter billions of living beings as sacrifices." At that moment, Yi Chen sensed the change in the atmosphere in the hall. His eyes flashed. "Looks like many people are eyeing this map fragment. However, since I've encountered this item, then no one can take it away from me. I'll kill whoever dares to." His eyes flickered, and his expression was as fierce as thunder. On the auction block, Old Man Black Heaven looked at the suddenly explosive atmosphere with a smile on his face. He chuckled and said, "Everyone, this item doesn't need to be exchanged for anything. Everyone can bid for it. The highest bidder will obtain it." He shook his sleeve slightly and said in a powerful voice, "Now, I announce that the auction for this item will begin. The starting price is 7 million low-grade spirit stones." As soon as these words were spoken, the noisy hall immediately quieted down. Many people frowned. Clearly, they did not expect the Saint Herb map fragment to be so expensive. 7 million spirit stones. Even the people from the 5 Holy Lands had to consider it. Moreover, this was only the lowest price. There would definitely be countless bids in the future. If they wanted to obtain it, they would probably need tens of millions of spirit stones. In an instant, the entire auction house became somewhat solemn and silent. Many of the people in charge of the large factions frowned and secretly weighed their options. "Haha, since no one is bidding, then I'll be the first to throw a brick to attract jade." At this moment, the young man in divine inscriptions smiled faintly and said slowly, 8 million spirit stones." Before the crowd could react, another old voice sounded, 9 million. Hearing that, the young man in divine inscription's smile did not diminish. 10 million. Fifth brother, the person arguing with you should be that guy from the Panwu immortal sect. The young man next to him could not help but snort coldly. Since everyone is so interested, this old man will play with you. 12 million. Hee hee, 15 million. In just a few breaths' time, the tortoiseshell fragment was being bid for by the crowd. The price kept rising, causing many of the weaker factions to be embarrassed and shocked. Now, many people understood. Apart from the 5 holy lands and the 3 sects, who else would be able to bid with such wealth and overbearingness? Even though they did not know who was who, it did not affect the crowd from watching the fight between the giants. 20 million. In the end, the tortoiseshell fragment's price was as high as 20 million low-grade spirit stones. Finally, someone gave up. After all, although the Saint Herb map fragment was precious, it was only a map fragment and not a Saint Herb. Moreover, they were not here for the Saint Herb map fragment. Even the towering man in the golden battle suit behind the young man in divine inscriptions reminded him, "Your Highness, if you continue to increase the price, I'm afraid it'll affect our bid for that item." Forget it. After weighing the pros and cons, the young man in divine inscriptions chose to give up. There were many people who gave up like him. Only an old voice persisted. 21 million. After that voice, the place fell silent again. Just when everyone thought the price was about to be settled, a lazy voice rang out, 23 million. Swoosh! In an instant, everyone turned their divine senses towards room C1 in unison. Even old man Blackheaven was no exception, because the price had exceeded his expectations. It was Yi Chen who spoke. He had come specifically for the 5-element heavenly lotus. No matter how high the price was, he would not give up. Of course, if the price was too high for him to bear, he did not mind snatching it directly. The old voice from before sounded, "Fellow, this item is of great use to me. Please give me some face. After this, I'm willing to give you 5 million low-grade spirit stones as compensation." Hearing this, many people were shocked, as if they did not expect the former to value this item to such an extent. Yi Chen interrupted, 25 million. End of this chapter. Chapter 1503. The old voice could not help but scold. Be asterisk starred you. Since it's an auction, naturally it goes to the highest bidder. Yi Chen said calmly, "Just bid if you have the money. If you don't, just shut up. Don't do this to me. Moreover, I don't lack your millions of spiritual stones." What an arrogant guy. Yang Tian, who was in the room next to Yi Chen, was shocked to hear that. Subsequently, he grinned all of a sudden. 27 million. His sudden bid startled Elder Quan and Elder Wu. "Son-in-law, what are you doing?" "Don't worry. Although I want this item, it's beyond what I can afford. If we continue fighting, it'll only affect the bidding for it." Yang Tian said while smiling, "I can't stand this pretentious guy next door. Moreover, he's the one who bid for my sister-in-law's body. Even if I can't touch him now, I have to disgust him." "Young master, you're really smart." Elder Quan heaved a sigh of relief and said in a flattering manner, "My respect for you is like a surging river. It's endless, like, what a scammer!" Yi Chen's expression froze slightly when he heard Yang Tian's sudden bid and sensed what Yang Tian said. He was in between tears and laughter. It turned out that this guy hated him out of jealousy. However, Yi Chen could only shake his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, when he recalled that the former did not know it was his descendant. As the saying went, the ignorant were not to blame. He could not help but say to this point, 28 million, 30 million. Yang Tian followed immediately. "Brat, just you wait." Yi Chen's temples twitched slightly. "I'll teach you a lesson after this. I'll let you know why flowers are red." At that moment, the old voice from earlier was heard again. 32 million. Everyone watched the 3 parties bidding with their mouths agape. They had no idea what to say. The price had indeed exceeded the value of the Saint Medicine map fragment. Even Yi Chen frowned gradually when the bid reached 40 million. Yang Tian was not the main reason. The main reason was that the other person seemed to be determined to get the Saint Medicine map fragment. He kept biting on it. "I've killed many people earlier. Most of the things I obtained are with the patriarch." He thought to himself, All I have now is 30 million spiritual stones at most. 40 million is my limit. Forget it. Yi Chen could only give up after thinking for a moment. However, his eyes were extremely cold. I'd like to see if you can take this away safely. As he gave up, Yang Tian also chose to give up. On the auction stage, Old Man Black Heaven was grinning from ear to ear as he watched this scene. In the end, he said, if no one is willing to make a bid, then this sacred herb fragment will belong to this cultivator. The only response he got was silence. Many people were cursing in their hearts. 40 million for a fragment. Even if your family had 10 mines, it still wouldn't be enough. Old Man Black Heaven swept his gaze across the crowd. After throwing out a punch, he slowly said, since no one is bidding, this old man shall announce that this fragment of the panacea belongs to 50 million. However, just as he was about to finish his sentence, a voice that seemed to belong to an old woman rang out and shook the entire place. Phew! A fragrance wafted over. Yi Chen turned his head to look and saw a girl around 7 or 8 years old suddenly appearing behind him. Who else could it be other than the one he met before? The girl returned to normal and looked at Yi Chen while grinning. Big brother, what a coincidence. We meet again. How did you get in? Yi Chen's eyes flickered slightly. The girl's movement technique was too strange. She managed to hide from everyone's divine telekinesis and entered his room silently. Aya, that's my secret. It's useless if I say it out loud. The girl giggled and turned around. Big brother, can you not treat me like a thief? I'm here to help you this time. Help me? Yi Chen was stunned. Of course. The girl nodded in all seriousness. I know you're out of money and want that sacred herb fragment, so I can only bid for it for you. Bid for it for me. Yi Chen was slightly stunned. Subsequently, he could not help but stare at her. That's 50 million low-grade spirit stones. Are you sure you have it? If you bid randomly, I won't care about you after this. Don't worry. The little girl smiled mysteriously. At the same time, an uproar broke out in the hall. Everyone looked at Yi Chen's room in disbelief. That was 50 million, not 5 million. Even the 5 sacred grounds would find it difficult to fork out such a price in a short period of time. Yang Tian, who was in the next room, was also shocked. Holy sh*T, is the guy next door that rich? Bastard. At this moment, the old voice was almost enraged. Fellow Black Heaven, I suspect that someone in room C1 is making a false bid. I request to check the accounts. After his reminder, everyone immediately reacted and subconsciously suspected that the girl was making a false bid. Uft, you're the one making a false bid. Hearing this, the girl was instantly enraged. Like an angry lion cub, she directly threw a storage ring at Old Man Black Heaven. Take a good look and see if I'm someone who lacks those tens of millions of spirit stones. Old Man Black Heaven took the storage ring and imprinted a trace of his divine consciousness into it. His expression changed abruptly, and then his lips moved slightly. Everyone, after my inspection, the fellow in room C1 is definitely not making a false bid. After receiving his confirmation, the old voice from before immediately fell silent, as if it had disappeared. Since no one can afford the price, I announce that this fragment of the holy medicine belongs to the fellow in room C1. Old Man Black Heaven made the final decision, and someone immediately personally delivered the fragment of the holy medicine to room C1. Big brother, it's for you. The girl handed it to him. Looking at the patterns on the tortoise shell at a close distance, Yi Chen was completely sure that it was the fragment of the holy medicine. He heaved a sigh of relief and looked at the girl. Thank you for this. He did not ask why the girl would spend 50 million spirit stones to help him bid for it, especially when the two of them had fought before. I don't need your thanks, the little girl said in a mischievous manner. But, as the saying goes, the mouth is soft after receiving favors, but the hand is short after receiving favors. Since you've taken my things, you owe me a favor. Yi Chen was not surprised by that at all. After all, there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world, especially in the cruel and realistic cultivation world. When the craze for the panacea fragment's sky-high price subsided, Old Man Black Sky took a deep breath and a strange light flashed across his face. Everyone, the next item is the finale of this auction. End of this chapter. Chapter 1504. The finale item? Yi Chen's eyes flashed as he looked at Old Man Black Heaven's mysterious smile. He was curious about the last item. Something as precious as the 5-element Heavenly Lotus was only ranked second to last in this space trade fair. From this, it could be seen that the last item was extraordinary. He could clearly feel that when Old Man Black Heaven finished speaking, the entire hall that was in a riot suddenly quietened down. There were countless divine consciousnesses surging, as if they could not wait any longer. Looks like these people's true goal is this. Yi Chen's eyes flashed. Everyone, Old Man Black Heaven suddenly withdrew the smile on his face and swept his gaze across the entire hall. Finally, he said slowly, the next item can allow a great perfection soul formation cultivator to step into the void refinement stage. I believe everyone knows how precious it is, even if I don't say it. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire hall fell into a brief silence. Then, it was covered by cries of surprise that sounded like a flood bursting through a dam. Many people even cried out in shock. Haha, I won't keep you in suspense. Old Man Black Heaven seemed to have expected everyone's reaction. With a wave of his sleeve, a palm-sized purple box appeared in front of him. The box was neither gold nor jade. The moment it appeared, an extremely vast energy swept out. It was accompanied by a mighty dragon's roar, as if a true dragon was roaring. Yi Chen's gaze landed on the purple box as well. Then his pupils constricted slightly. Void Soaring Dragon Pill! The so-called Void Soaring Dragon Pill was a high-grade medicinal pill. After consuming it, a soul formation cultivator could increase his cultivation level by level. If a great perfection soul formation cultivator consumed it, it could increase his chances of breaking through to the void refinement stage by 50%. Although it was only a 50% increase, this ratio was extremely terrifying. After all, cultivation was a battle against the heavens. With some preparations in advance and the help of the Void Soaring Dragon Pill, the chances of stepping into the void refinement stage were at least 70%. Not to mention 70%, even 10% would be enough for countless people to fight for it. This was because once they stepped into the void training stage, it would be a whole new world for them. Yi Chen did not expect that there would be such a pill for sale in Inshu. Moreover, someone was willing to take it out at this space trade fair. He finally understood why the Soaring Dragon Elixir was the highlight of this trade fair. In reality, the value of the 5-element Sky Lotus was much higher than the Soaring Void Dragon Elixir. However, what was being sold at the trade fair were only fragments of the 5 elements Heavenly Lotus, which belonged to the moon in the well and the flower in the mist. How could it compare to the Rising Dragon Pill? This is a Soaring Dragon Pill. How is that possible? You should know that the Soaring Dragon Pill is something that can only be chanced upon by luck. Usually, even the 5 great holy lands would fight tooth and nail for it. Quick, send a message back. Tell them that a Rising Void Dragon Pill has appeared in this trade fair. No matter what price we have to pay, we must get our hands on this pill. There's hope for the old ancestor now. At the same time, the moment the purple box appeared, it was as if a storm was set off in the void. Countless divine senses collided violently. Everyone went crazy over it. Sensing the sudden commotion, Old Man Black Heaven could not help but smile and say, I believe many people recognize this item. That's right, this is the Rising Void Dragon Pill. It said that it can increase the chances of a perfected soul formation cultivator by 50%. I won't waste any more time. The starting price of this pill is 30 million low-grade spirit stones. Each bid must not be lower than 1 million. There's no cap. Suddenly the commotion calmed down. At this moment, a dignified voice slowly sounded. Fellow Black Heaven, the rising void dragon pill is so precious. As the organizer of this space trade fair, why are you willing to take it out? As soon as he said that, everyone immediately calmed down. Even the 5 great holy lands would find it difficult to take out the rising void dragon pill. Even if they had it, they would hold it in their hands and consume it themselves. Why would they give it up? After all, a rising void dragon pill represented the addition of a void refinement old monster, and what a void refinement old monster represented was even more unimaginable. Yi Chen nodded to himself when he heard that. It seemed that none of the people present who could cultivate to such a level were simple. Old Man Black Heaven seemed to have expected such a question and said without any surprise, "To be honest, we are also envious of this rising void dragon pill. However, the person who sold this pill rejected our offer and insisted on auctioning it. Fellow Taoist Black Heaven, dare I ask who this person is? I hope you won't hesitate to tell me." Another sacred voice sounded. There were probably less than 5 people in the entire Een ruins who could take out the rising void dragon pill. If the other party was an alchemist, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. "I'm sorry." Old Man Black Heaven revealed a troubled expression and said, "This person is unwilling to reveal his identity. Moreover, our trade fair has a rule of not revealing the identity of the buyer and seller." Hearing this, the previous voice only sighed faintly. He was not too disappointed. Clearly, he was already mentally prepared. "Everyone, I can guarantee that there's no problem with this pill's quality or origin. You can bid without worry." Old Man Black Heaven laughed mockingly as he spoke. "Of course, it's fine if you don't want it. That senior once said that if no one wants it, he will give it to the organizer of the trade fair." Following his words, the people present could no longer sit still. In the end, an urgent voice sounded. 35 million! 40 million! 45 million! 50 million! In just a few breaths of time, the rising void dragon pill had risen from a low price of 30 million to a terrifying price of 60 million low-grade spirit stones, causing many people to immediately retreat. Money really moves people's hearts. Yi Chen looked at the lively scene quietly. He had no intention of bidding at all. After all, he had the pill formula for the rising void dragon pill and could refine it. All he lacked was the materials. Moreover, he did not need the breakthrough pill to break through. All he needed was a large amount of spiritual energy. Therefore, the rising void dragon pill was useless to him. In room C2, Yang Tian gritted his teeth and said, 65 million! Hearing that, Elder Quan's face twitched slightly, and he said with a pained expression, "Young master, too many people want this pill. I'm really worried that our budget is. How could I not know?" Yang Tian took a deep breath in, and his eyes flickered as he said, "But what can we do? It's difficult for the merfolk to rely on the patriarch alone. If we obtain this pill, the merfolk's strength will soar again." Even though he knew that there were too many people who wanted this pill, he was still shocked after witnessing the crazy bidding. End of this chapter. Chapter 1505. 70 million. As soon as Yang Tian called out the price, it was outbid once again. The astonishing number dazzled many people present. In the cultivation world, spiritual veins were divided into 9 grades. However, grade 8 and 9 were almost extinct. Even if they existed, they were controlled by various old monsters at the crossing calamity stage. Those below them could only get a share from grade 1 to grade 7. 70 million inferior spiritual stones was equivalent to half of a grade 5 spiritual stone mineral vein. Grade 5 spiritual stone mineral veins were extremely rare. Almost all of them were controlled by the 5 holy lands. Even if someone obtained it, they could only use it as the foundation of their sect. Therefore, when the price of 70 million was called out, even the people from the 5 holy lands could not help but turn pale. In a room, an elegant young man in a green robe frowned and said, 75 million! An elder tried to persuade him, Young master, you don't have to persuade him any more. The elegant young man interrupted. The old ancestor is about to die. If we have another void training stage cultivator, our G family can stand firm among the Xianyuan 8 families. In another room, Jiang Yi, a tall and sturdy man in a golden battle suit, said, Your Highness, we only brought 100 million inferior spiritual stones this time. If we continue like this, I'm afraid I still have 10 million inferior spiritual stones. The divine tattoo's young man's eyes flashed, and a terrifying power spread out. Besides, most of the people who are still bidding are from the 5 holy lands. Their budget will not be much higher than ours. A young man next to him said hesitantly, 5th brother, why don't we ask 3rd brother and the others? The people who were still bidding were definitely from the 5 holy lands. Everyone's status was equal, so it was useless to report their background. They could only rely on money. Shut up. The divine tattoo's young man's face darkened, and he said coldly, They can't wait for me to stay below the void training stage forever. Why would they help me? Besides, if they knew, they would only try to stop me. Hearing this, Jiang Yi did not move, as if he did not hear anything. As one of the 5 holy lands, although the great Jiang divine dynasty looked down on everyone, its internal strife was even more tragic. Then the divine tattoo's young man immediately shouted, 80 million! In another room, a valiant young man stared coldly in a certain direction and sneered. The 5th son of the Jiang family is quite stubborn. It's already 80 million, but he still hasn't given up. This void soaring dragon elixir can fall into anyone's hands, but it can't fall into the hands of your great Jiang divine dynasty, especially the 5th son of the Jiang family. Fine, Hanya, will play with you today. He played with the thumb ring in his hand and bid again, 85 million. In one of the rooms on the 2nd floor, mist filled the air, as if it was shrouded by celestial clouds. A slender and elegant woman was half lying in the wooden barrel. The woman's skin was as white as sheep-fat jade, and the hazy mist was unable to conceal her alluring figure. It was extremely alluring. Interesting, really interesting. A faint smile appeared on the corners of the woman's lips as she combed her long, black hair that was dripping with water. Judging by the situation, it must be the 5th son of the Jiang family and the Panwu immortal sex Hanya. Your Highness, does the heavenly jade Holy Land want it? Beside him, a woman with a light veil walked over gracefully like a lotus flower. The woman in the water slowly stood up and wrapped her body with a light veil. Her graceful body was faintly discernible, and her pearly white teeth were like jade as she said, Of course. It's perfect to add fuel to the fire on such an occasion. The woman bowed and bid, 90 million. Whoosh! In an instant, the entire hall was filled with an extremely intense uproar. Many people had expressions of disbelief on their faces. The price was simply too terrifying. It was about to exceed 100 million. Now, everyone understood that only the 5 holy lands could afford such a price. The other forces did not have such a foundation, even if they sold everything they had. Therefore, many people who had given up in advance secretly rejoiced. If the 5 holy lands found out that they had increased the price, they would definitely suffer. Yi Qin watched the scene quietly. Mockery flashed through his eyes. They're quite rich. A mere void soaring dragon elixir can be auctioned for such a price. He had the urge to kidnap all of these people. In room C2, Elder Quan said with a bitter expression, Young master, looks like we can only give up. What else can we do apart from giving up? Yang Tian's face was ashen. These fellows from the 5 holy lands are all extremely rich. If I have the chance, I'll kidnap them all and make them pay the ransom. After the price was raised to 90 million, the voices that were bidding against each other instantly became extremely quiet. Clearly, this price had touched everyone's bottom line. The young man with divine runes said indignantly, "Is the bitter Hongya from the Panwu immortal sect? I'm Jiangli. Please give me some face. I'll definitely repay you handsomely after this." Many people's expressions changed when they heard that. The godson of the great Jiang God dynasty, Jiangli, the young master of the Panwu immortal sect, Hongya. They did not expect the two of them to be at the trade fair as well. "Brother Jiangli, I'm sorry. This item is too precious. I can't give it to you," Hong Ye's mocking voice sounded. "If Brother Jiangli is willing to give in, I'll definitely repay you handsomely." Jiang Li's gaze turned cold. 95 million. 100 million. Hong Ye sneered. A smile suddenly appeared on Jiang Li's cold face. "I give up. Congratulations to Brother Hong Ye for obtaining this item. I hope that Brother Hong Ye can attain the void refinement realm as soon as possible." Hong Ye's expression turned ugly when he heard that. Obviously, Jiang Li had already thought of giving up, but he still bid. It was obvious that he wanted to trick him. Hong Ye put on a fake smile and said, "Thank you for your kind words." Old man Blackheaven acted as if he did not see the fight at the scene. He said with a faint smile, "If that's the case, this item will belong to young Master Hong Ye from the Panwu immortal sect." Although the organizer of the trade fair would not be able to get the void soaring dragon pill, he could still take a commission from the auction. 100 million low-grade spiritual stones meant that he could get at least 20 million spiritual stones from the auction. "Let's go." Jiang Li opened the door to his room and left with the two people behind him in front of the crowd, leaving behind a group of petrified people. Jiang Qianqing, who was behind him, turned to look at the room where Hong Ye was and said sinisterly, "Hong, I hope you can bring the pill back alive." As soon as he said that, many divine consciousnesses that were hovering in the air shook. Clearly, he had hit the nail on the head. Although the Panwu immortal sect was one of the 5 sacred grounds, it was rumored that the Panwu immortal sect's patriarch was in closed-door cultivation due to his injuries. Moreover, money moved people's hearts. There were many people who could not resist the temptation of the void soaring dragon pill. After all, Hong Ye was only on stage god transformation. Hong Ye's heart tightened, but his expression remained unchanged as he stood up and said, "Let's go too. I'd like to see who dares to attack the Panwu immortal sect today." At the same time, in room C2, Yang Tian stood up abruptly. "Elder Quan, keep an eye on Hong Ye. I guarantee that he'll be stopped as soon as he leaves this trade fair. The two of you will seize the opportunity." "What about you, young master?" The two of them nodded immediately. "As for me," he paused for a moment and looked at the room where Yi Chan was. Demonic flames surged in his eyes. "This guy next door bought my sister-in-law's body. I must get it back. I'll take the opportunity to see who this guy is." He grinned, his eyes filled with bloodlust. End of this chapter. Chapter 1506. Are you in such a hurry to leave? As the void-soaring dragon pill was taken away, Yi Chin glanced at the Panwu immortal sect's Hong Ye and the rest, who were leaving as if he was mocking them. He said, while smiling, "You're quite smart. You know that you're holding a hot potato." Subsequently, the mocking smile on his face was replaced by shock. It was because he sensed a sharp and vicious gaze looking at him from the next room. Who else could it be but Yang Tan? This guy really treats me as an enemy. Yi Chin rubbed his nose, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He then said with a forced smile, "Forget it. I'd like to see how much you've improved." With that, he immediately walked out of the room with the girl. Both of them were wearing bamboo hats specially made for the trade fair. Coupled with the fact that there were many people present, they did not attract much attention. The girl followed him closely. "Big brother, where are we going?" "We're being targeted. Let's run for our lives." Yi Chan walked backstage and found an excuse to get rid of the girl after retrieving the 5-element heavenly lotus fragment and the mermaid body. The girl hurriedly chased after him. "Big brother, wait for me." The moment the two of them left, a man in a bamboo hat retracted his gaze and looked at the two people beside him. He said coldly, "Follow the original plan. I'll leave that brat Hanya to you. He can't stay in Tianyuan City forever." In the secret area of the trade fair, Old Man Blackheaven knelt respectfully on the ground and said to a painting with tears in his eyes, "Sovereign, this old servant has finally found the young mistress. Don't worry, this old servant will definitely protect the young mistress." In Tianyuan City, a heavy sound of something tearing through the air could be heard. Yi Chen could sense the tail that was following him as he teleported. He could not help but praise. This escape technique is not bad. It's improved a lot. Whoosh! His eyes flashed and instantly landed on the complicated streets. Then he disappeared as if he had suddenly vanished from the world. This person is so fast. In the air, Yang Tian had already taken off his bamboo hat. His divine consciousness was locked onto the person in front of him. To his shock, no matter how fast he sped up, the other party could always maintain a certain distance from him. He's gone. At that moment, Yi Chen's aura suddenly disappeared from his senses. Damn it, where did that bastard go? He landed in the crowd on the ground as he thought to this point. He tried to find Yi Chen with his divine consciousness, but he could not find anything. That bastard must be nearby. A fierce glint flashed in Yang Tian's eyes. His gaze suddenly fixed on the words Garden Inn in front of him. In the Heaven Origin Inn, Yi Chen walked briskly back to his residence. He could not help but reveal a smirk at the corner of his lips when he sensed the exasperated Yang Tian outside. In the quiet courtyard, the azure-robed young man sat cross-legged on a boulder, meditating. It seemed like he had been doing this day after day, year after year. When Yi Chen passed by, he suddenly opened his eyes and woke up from his meditation. He said coldly, "Stop right there." Yi Chen was slightly stunned. However, he stopped and looked at him in confusion. The young man glared coldly at Yi Chen. "Do you know what's the most important thing on the path of cultivation?" Before Yi Chen could speak, he said immediately, "Let me tell you it's diligence. The path of cultivation is a battle against the heavens. If you don't advance, you'll fall behind. Ever since you moved in, I've been observing you. I realize that you're too impetuous and lazy." Yi Chen was a little dumbfounded when he heard that. "Why, you don't want to listen?" The young man snorted coldly and said, "I've seen too many people like you. You talk about the path of immortality all day long, but you don't know the principle of many a little makes a mickle. You only know how to rely on external objects. If this goes on, not only will your cultivation not improve, you'll even go berserk. There's no reason between us. I have no right to stop you from doing what you want to do." The young man seemed to know that he was talking too much, so he could not help but say in a daze, "But you're very similar to a friend of mine. I got to know him before I stepped onto the path of cultivation. His personality is exactly the same as yours. Unfortunately, my good friend passed away 500 years ago." Yi Chen took a good look at him when he heard that. It was the first time he had heard an outsider say something like that to him in this cultivation world that was full of schemes and selfishness. If the Patriarch of Hell and the rest had seen this scene, they would have been so shocked that their eyeballs would have popped out. A mere perfected nascent soul junior was actually speaking to the infamous old demon Yi in a lecturing tone. Yi Chen said gratefully immediately as he thought to this point, "Senior, you're right. We look about the same age. Moreover, my cultivation base isn't high. I can't afford to be called a senior." The young man's ears turned slightly red when he heard the word senior. It was as if it was the first time someone had called him that, so he was not used to it. He then straightened his face and said in an old-fashioned manner, "My name is Fang He. In the future, if you have anything you don't understand in cultivation, you can come and ask me until you leave. How much you can learn will depend on your diligence and comprehension. All right, you may go now." He closed his eyes again after saying that. He was unwilling to talk to Yi Chen anymore. Yi Chen could not help but chuckle. He then turned around and walked to his residence. However, just when he arrived at the door, a voice rang out. A gust of wind blew the young man's long hair into a mess. The young man who had his eyes closed opened them again. He reached out to pull a strand of hair behind his ear by instinct and stole a glance at Yi Chen. She secretly heaved a sigh of relief after confirming that Yi Chen did not notice. Clearly, the so-called young man was a woman who was disguised as a man. Yi Chen was not surprised by that at all. After all, he recognized the woman at first glance, but he did not point it out. At the same time, a burly young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes walked into the courtyard. Although the young man's aura was completely restrained, the sharpness between his brows was extremely intimidating. It was Yang Tian. As soon as he stepped into the courtyard, the young man named Fong, he suddenly felt his soul tremble. He woke up from his meditation as if he was being watched by a peerless, ferocious creature. A god transformation stage, old monster. At that moment, such a thought flashed through Fong. He's mind. Yang Tian quietly sized up the entire courtyard. His intuition told him that the person he was tracking had entered this inn. However, after checking most of the rooms, he still found nothing. Bastard, you stole my sister-in-law's body. Just you wait. I'll find you even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground. As he thought to this point, Yang Tian did not even look at Fong, who was next to him. He took a step forward and walked to a few rooms in the courtyard. Perhaps it was a coincidence, but the first room he ran to was Yi Chen's. Upon seeing that, Fong He, who was panicking earlier, had a change of expression. This person must be here to cause trouble for that brat. End of chapter. Chapter 1507. Fong. He glanced at Yi Chen's room calmly as he thought to this point. What exactly did he do to alarm a god transformation stage old monster? Seeing that Yang Tian was approaching Yi Chen's room, Fong he blocked his way by instinct and said, Senior, this is my house. May I know what you're here for? Yang Tian was stunned. He then took a good look at him and said with a smile a moment later, Lady, have you been in this courtyard all this while? That's right. Fong, he blushed slightly when he heard the word lady. He then said, I've been meditating in this courtyard day and night. I rarely leave. May I know why you're asking me this? Yang Tian said, Then, did you see anyone barging in? It's here. Fong, his eyes flashed, and he said calmly, Senior, apart from you, I didn't see anyone else come in. Even though she hid it very well, the change in her expression was still caught by Yang Tian. You're lying. Yang Tian frowned and glared at Fong, he coldly. Fong, his heart skipped a beat when he saw that. At the same time, he had an illusion that the person standing before him was not a human, but a terrifying beast. Was this how terrifying a god transformation stage old monster was? Fong, his body, trembled slightly. Yang Tian then looked at the room where Yi Chen was. A terrifying divine telekinesis spread out, and his expression changed slightly. You can block my divine telekinesis? He could not help but squint as a ferocious gleam flashed through his eyes. So, you've been hiding here. Have I finally found you? He walked past Fong, and headed to Yi Chen's room after saying that. Fong, his expression changed when he saw that. He stopped him again and said while clenching his teeth, Senior, this is my private house. I'm also a member of the Fong family. If you insist on barging in, a member of the Fong family? Yang Tian's expression changed. What's your relationship with the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce? Fong, he said immediately, I'm a member of the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce's Fong family branch family. No wonder you're so fearless. Yang Tian snorted coldly. However, even if you are a member of the Fong family's main family, so what, let alone a member of the Fong family's branch family? It's useless to me. With a wave of his sleeve, Fong he suddenly felt an irresistible force coming at him, and his body uncontrollably retreated. Creak! At this moment, the sound of a door opening could be heard. Yi Chen walked out slowly. As he appeared, Yang Tian's tower-like body froze slightly. His pair of ferocious tiger eyes met Yi Chen's calm eyes quietly. The atmosphere instantly froze. Fang, his expression changed drastically the moment he saw Yi Chen. He immediately stepped forward and scolded. "Why are you here? Hurry up and go back." Yang Tian and Yi Chen, who were looking at each other, were stunned when they heard that. Seeing that Yi Chen did not move, Fang, he said anxiously again, "What are you waiting for? This is the property my father left me. Since you've moved in, you should be under my protection." Yi Chen looked at Yang Tian and then at her quietly for a few seconds. He said coldly, "You're no match for him. This has nothing to do with you." Fang, he suddenly took out a blue jade slip and said while frowning, "If you don't go in, I won't care whether you live or die." Yi Chen looked at Yang Tian in between tears and laughter when he heard that. He then took a few steps back by instinct. Fang, he then held the jade slip and turned her head to look at Yang Tian. "Senior, this person is my tenant. If you do anything, I can only crush this jade slip." The jade slip in her hand was given to her by a god transformation stage elder of the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. It was because her father, Fang Lianhai, was acquainted with this god transformation stage elder. It was also because of this person that Fang he managed to keep the property after her father's death. Yang Tian's cold face gradually relaxed. He looked at her with a forced smile. "What's your relationship with this person?" "We're not related." Fang, he bit her lip and said. Yang Tian looked at her in surprise and said, "Since you're not related to him, why are you protecting him so much? Do you know that you don't have the ability to stop me? It's easier for me to kill you than killing an ant." Fang, his face turned pale when she heard that. She gripped the jade slip in her hand tightly by instinct and said stubbornly, "Because he's my tenant. I don't want the house that my father left me to be stained with blood. As long as he's still in the courtyard, I'll be responsible for his safety. Moreover, he's only a nascent soul cultivator. I don't know how he offended you, Senior. Perhaps there's something." Before she could finish, she felt a thunderous voice in her head. "Young lady, how dare you?" Boom! At that moment, Fang, he felt an explosion in her head. She could barely stand still, as if her body could shatter at any time. "That's enough." Yi Chen could not help but speak and take a few steps forward. "You." Fang, he panicked. "I'm fine." Yi Chen smiled lightly. There were two balls of golden flames dancing in his eyes. They seemed to have the effect of seducing and hypnotizing. Plop! Fang, he only felt an irresistible wave of sleepiness attack him, and then he fell to the ground, and in an instant, the sound of even and powerful breathing could be heard. Yi Chen placed her gently on the huge rock. He waved his sleeve and sealed the space around the entire courtyard. He then lifted his head to look at Yang Tian. Yang Tian was also looking at him. His throat moved from time to time. If one took a closer look, they would notice that the hands behind his back were trembling slightly. A moment later, Yang Tian walked forward quickly and gave Yi Chen a tight hug. His hoarse and excited voice was heard. "Old Yi!" No one could understand his current feelings better than him. 17 years, a whole 17 years. When Yi Chen left Earth for the ancient desolate realm, he was only 33 years old. 17 years had passed. Although he looked the same as he did 10 years ago, he was already 50 years old. Ordinary people could be considered to have seen the world and experienced honor and disgrace when they lived to the age of 50, let alone cultivators who lived in danger and experienced continuous changes. He had been through too much in the past 17 years. One could say that he was one of the people who missed Yi Chen the most. However, after close to 10,000 days and nights, he had gone from hope to disappointment to despair. He had gone from immature to experienced and mature. Yi Chen looked at the man in front of him who had changed a lot. 17 years had changed him too much. However, He still saw the Yang Tian from the past in the latter's burning gaze. Thinking to this point, he could not help but punch the former's chest hard. His eyes were slightly red as he said, "You really make me worry." End of this chapter. Chapter 1508. Old Yi. Yang Tian held his shoulder tightly and stared at him blankly. There were tears in his tiger eyes. "Do you know, I thought I'd never see you again in my life. I'm sorry." Yi Qin could not help but take a deep breath in. Yang Tian wiped the corner of his eyes. There were countless smiles on his ferocious face. "I thought I was hallucinating when I first saw you." "You're not bad." Yi Qin looked at him with a complicated expression. "You've changed a lot while I was away. This can be considered a training for you." Looking at his former best friend up close, Yi Qin was in a daze. Yi Qin looked a little absent-minded. He recalled how the two of them used to sit in the last row of the classroom when they were in university. They would either talk about which girl had big boobs, which girl had a sugar daddy, or talk about going to the internet cafe to play tainted milk powder after school. Yang Tian used to be a hothead. For Yi Qin, he could fight with the local gangsters at the internet cafe with a fruit knife in his hand. Because of Yi Qin's words, he could walk thousands of kilometers from the southwest to the northeast. During that period, he made a living by picking up trash. He was even caught and locked up for a few days. However, who would have thought that such a person would grow to such a level? Perfected God transformation stage. In the 17 years that Yi Qin was away, this guy had advanced from golden core to perfected God transformation stage. Such speed and aptitude could be considered a rare genius in the cultivation world. All right, stop crying. Yi Qin could not help but smile when he saw that Yang Tian was still secretly wiping his tears. Two men looking at each other affectionately. One of them can't stop crying. If outsiders see this, they'll think that we're comrades. Get lost, who's your comrade? Yang Tian could not help but scold him while laughing. He then recovered and said, "By the way, why are you here? I remember I came here with a grandson." He saw Yi Qin's expression turn grim when he mentioned his grandson. He said with his eyes wide open, "Holy **T. Don't tell me you're that son, that guy." "I'll tell you the reason later." Yi Qin nodded when he met his gaze. He then said while smiling, "Before that, I'll bring you to see someone." At this moment, waves of shrill cries that sounded like pigs being slaughtered resounded out from a certain room in Sky Origin Inn, and it could be said to cause those who heard it to weep and those who heard it to feel sorrow. "Old man, don't hit me anymore. I was wrong. If you continue hitting me, my butt will really blossom." "Bastard, what did you call me?" "Old man? I'm only 50 years old this year. How am I old?" "Dad, can I call you Dad? Uncle Yi, Godfather, help." Yi Qin sat leisurely. He watched the domestic violence in front of him while sipping the spiritual tea in his cup. At this moment, Yang Hao was like a rabbit whose tail had been burned, scurrying around the room, trying to avoid the whip behind him. However, no matter what he did, the whip would always hit him, as if it had eyes. Enough! After being whipped again, Yang Hao couldn't help but grimace and say, "Old man, if you continue, no one will send you off in the future." "I'll beat you to death, you bastard." Yang Tian was so angry that he almost whipped him again. Yi Qin put down the teacup and said with a forced smile, "Old Yang, your way of educating him is wrong. You hit him too lightly. As the saying goes, the rod makes the filial son. Why don't I try?" Yang Hao's face turned green when he heard that. Although Yang Tian's whip was not fatal, it could hurt his bones and tendons. However, Yi Qin said that he hit him too lightly. "Stop fooling me." Yang Tian turned around and glared at him. He said angrily, "My son isn't yours. Of course, you won't feel sorry for him." After saying that, he put away the whip in his hand and said to Yang Hao, who was hiding in the corner, "Come here." Yang Hao seemed to be really afraid of him. He glanced at Yi Qin and eventually braced himself to walk over. "You're already 21 or 22 years old. Logically speaking, I shouldn't hit you. Yang Tian looked at him quietly this time. A trace of heartache that was difficult to capture flashed across his eyes as he said, "But do you know why I still hate you?" "Because I'm disappointing," Yang Hao said in a low voice. "Nonsense. Of course you're disappointing." Yang Tian scoffed and said, "But that's nothing. The reason why I'm so angry is because you didn't visit your mother's grave when I wasn't around." Yang Hao immediately fell silent when he heard this. Yi Qin was stunned and shook his head, secretly. Yang Tian said angrily, "Your mother got into a car accident while she was pregnant with you. She still protected you before she died. Your mother snatched your life back from the gates of hell. I've been in the Yin ruins all these years and can't get out. Your mother's grave must be lonely. Perhaps the weeds have buried the grave." He sat down heavily and lowered his head as he said dejectedly, "In the past, I would go to pay my respects no matter if it was the 1st or the 15th day of the new year. She must be very hungry and cold down there all these years." Yang Hao suddenly knelt down heavily and wiped his tears. His lips trembled as he said, "Dad, I was wrong. I didn't have the obligation to pay respects to my son. I deserve to be beaten." Yi Chen eventually sighed softly as he looked at the father and son. He said, "Old Yang, you really can't blame Yang Hao for this." Subsequently, he told them about how Yang Hao, Song Chia, and the rest were implanted with 12 shackles and were unable to leave their respective places of defense. What a bunch of Xianyuan 8 clans. After understanding the whole story, Yang Tian laughed from extreme anger. "You're bullying me. Just you wait, I'll kill all of you later." He seemed to have thought of something after saying that. He suddenly looked at Yi Qin. "Oh yeah, old Yi, you have to help me." As soon as he said that, Yang Hao, Song Chia, and the rest looked at Yi Chen in confusion. Yi Chen smiled lightly when he met their gazes. "If I'm not wrong, you want me to snatch the rising dragon pill back, right?" "Yes." Yang Tian nodded slightly and said, "I must obtain this rising dragon pill. I'm not afraid of the Panwu immortal sex Hongya. The only thing I'm afraid of is that the patriarch of Panwu might have left something in his body. When the time comes, I'll alert him." "Don't worry," Yi Qin said, while smiling lightly. "I knew that you were here for this when we were at the space trade fair earlier. That's why I planted a divine consciousness in Hong Ya's body. None of his movements can escape my senses. Now that they're still in Tianyuan City, they must know that they have a hot potato and don't dare to leave Tianyuan City easily. I'm afraid they're looking for reinforcements." At this point, he had a spurious smile. "Then I'm relieved." Yang Tian heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Also, you have to hand over my sister-in-law, Princess Xuanling's corpse to me." End of this chapter. Chapter 1509. A few days after Yi Chen and Yang Tian met, Fang He, who was in the Immortal Energy Inn, woke up from her deep sleep. She could not help but sigh softly as she looked at Yi Chen's empty room. "It seems like that senior took this guy away. In the end, you and I are just strangers who met by chance. I have done what I should. I hope you can escape this disaster and be safe." In her opinion, Yi Chen must have offended Yang Tian, a soul formation old monster. Otherwise, how could he have personally alerted a soul formation old monster to come to the Garden Inn? Thinking to this point, she sighed softly and once again sat on the boulder in the courtyard and closed her eyes to meditate. During these few days, if one were to observe carefully, one would definitely discover that there were quite a number of unfamiliar faces within Tianyuan City. Moreover, the gazes and divine senses of quite a number of people were locked onto a single direction. That place was where Hongya and the others from the Panwu celestial sect were staying. Anyone who had participated in the spatial trade that day would surely be able to guess the reason for such an anomaly. Obviously, someone was coveting the rising void dragon pills in the hands of Hongya and the others. Although the Panwu celestial sect was also a member of the 5 sanctums of the Yin ruins, there were still many forces that were willing to do anything for the rising dragon pill. Hongya and the others had also expected this, so they wisely chose to stay in Tianyuan City for the time being. After all, Tianyuan City was the territory of the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce, which was guarded by a void training stage old monster. No one dared to act recklessly. In a pavilion not far from where Hangya and the rest were staying, Yi Chen and Yang Tian stood side by side as they looked at the palace across them. "Old Yi, how much longer do you think this grandson Hangya can endure?" Yang Tian frowned slightly and said worriedly, "This grandson wouldn't be staying in Tianyuan City and not leaving, right? Or perhaps he wants to refine the rising void dragon pill before leaving." "No," Yi Chen said while smiling lightly. "This is an outsider's territory after all. The process of breaking through from God transformation to void refinement is very important and dangerous. If you're affected by any external force, all your efforts will go to waste. Hangya is a smart man. He wouldn't dare to do that." "You're right." Yang Tian nodded slightly, after which he seemed to have thought of something and asked in a puzzled manner, "With your strength, it shouldn't be difficult to capture Hangya. Why didn't you make a move? I can sense two extremely obscure divine wills locked onto Hangya." Yi Chen said, "If I'm not mistaken, there must be void refinement old monsters secretly investigating Tianyuan City. If I make a move, I'll definitely alarm the two of them and cause unnecessary trouble." His top priority right now was to find the 5 luminaries Heaven Lotus, unless it was absolutely necessary. He didn't want to cause any more trouble. No wonder. Yang Tian's expression froze as he said in a deep voice, "The Heaven Yuan Chamber of Commerce has a great background. I once heard from the Merman race's ancestor that the Heaven Yuan Chamber of Commerce has a heaven illuminator." Suddenly, Yi Chen chuckled. It moved. At that moment, he sensed a sudden change in the aura of the palace in front of him. Then he saw dozens of figures shoot out from there, and then split into several groups that flew in all directions. What a cunning bastard, Hangya! Yang Tian could not help but sneer. He knows how to use this method to confuse everyone and create the most advantageous space for himself to escape. He narrowed his eyes, and demonic flames surged in his eyes. He immediately sensed that, as those groups of people dispersed, many people from various forces chased after them. The auras of the group in the southeast were the strongest. They seemed to be 3 perfected soul formation cultivators. Seeing that, Yang Tian immediately urged, "Old Yi, they're running towards the southeast corner. Let's chase after them." "No." Yi Chen suddenly smiled and said, "That's just a smokescreen. The real Hangya isn't among them. Their real location is northwest." He narrowed his eyes and took a step forward. His figure instantly disappeared on the spot. Yang Tian did not hesitate and hurriedly followed. Almost at that instant, in the depths of Tianyuan City, a woman in red frowned. She seemed to have sensed something and said, "Third Grandpa, that guy from the Panwu Immortal Sect really can't hold it in anymore." An old man with white hair and a youthful face was seated cross-legged in front of him. His pair of turbid eyes were like a vast ocean. Even though the aura on his body was contained and did not leak out, the aura that was vaguely waiting to be unleashed caused the surrounding space to become a little distorted. "You know how to set up a diversion. Smart." The old man's gaze pierced through the void, and he said without any surprise, "Unfortunately, it's just a small trick. How can I hide from everyone?" "Third Grandpa, are you saying that Hangya has really been targeted by someone?" The woman in red was slightly shocked, and then she said, "Then should we make a move? After all, this matter started in Tianyuan City. Don't let the Panwu Patriarch come to question us when the time comes." "Haha, if he stays in Tianyuan City, we naturally have the obligation to protect him. However, if he leaves Tianyuan City, what does his life or death have to do with Tianyuan City?" The old man's expression was extremely calm. "Moreover, the Panwu Patriarch doesn't have the guts to come to Tianyuan City to question us." The woman in red suddenly said, "That's right, Third Grandpa, who made that rising dragon pill. Why didn't Tianyuan City bid for it? The old man's calm expression finally showed a slight change. That rising dragon pill must have come from the demon god forest. Even though I can't see through that person's plan, we still can't bid for it. That person from the demon god forest. The woman in red's expression changed slightly when she heard that. Even though Tianyuan City came from the outer region and had a terrifying background, she faintly knew that there were existences in Inshu that Tianyuan City could not afford to offend. For example, the demon god forest and the person in the heavenly tomb. She bit her lips and could not help but ask the old man next to her, third grandpa, who exactly is that person from the demon god forest? Don't ask. The old man's expression changed slightly. He's a taboo that even the headquarter can't see through. The headquarter, the woman in red's heart, was pounding. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 1,000 miles away from Tianyuan City, there were mountains and gusts of wind. 5 figures were flying at a low altitude. They were not fast, but they left no traces behind like ghosts. Wherever they went, there were places that no one had been to before. Pop, crackle! As a series of crisp sounds rang out, one of the old figures suddenly stopped. He looked at the string of beads that had exploded in his hand and said with an unsightly expression, "Young master, Elder Su, Elder Tang, and the others have been caught." Among the figures, an old man's face began to change at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, he turned into a handsome young man. The young man's eyes emitted a cold light, and his lips curled up into a sinister smile. "It seems like our real route has been exposed." The young man was Hongya. As soon as he said that, the surroundings suddenly fell into dead silence. The old man who spoke earlier harumphed coldly. "These guys are really blinded by greed. When the old ancestor comes out of seclusion, our Panwu celestial sect will definitely settle the score with them." "It's useless to say that now." You turned around and looked in the direction of Tianyuan City. His gaze was cold as he said, "Our top priority now is to bring the rising dragon pill back to the sect. After I reach the void training stage." At that moment, a faint laughter suddenly came from the sky. "Hee, Brother Hongya. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you this time." End of this chapter. Chapter 1510. As the sudden voice faded, the void suddenly distorted a few times. The space suddenly distorted a few times, and then 6 figures descended with the sound of rushing wind. Coincidentally, they blocked the path of Hongya and the others. When he saw that the person in the lead was a young man in black, Hongya's pupils violently constricted before he sneered. "So it's Brother Jiang Li from the great Jiang divine dynasty. How did you discover our tracks?" "Haha." Jiang Li slowly stepped forward and looked at the former with a smile. "Although Brother Hongya's trick is good, it can only deceive ordinary people. So what if you see through it?" Hongya's gaze turned cold, and he said in a frosty voice, "Fifth Brother Jiang, our strengths are equal. Do you think you can stop us with just the 2 of you?" The 2 of them had fought countless times in the Inshu, so they naturally knew each other's methods. "Since I'm here, how can I not consider everything?" Jiang Li chuckled, then looked up at the void. "Your Highness, since you're here, why don't you show yourself to get the rising dragon pill?" As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of laughter suddenly came from the ground. "Ha ha ha! I haven't seen you for a few days. Shensi Jiang's eyesight has improved greatly." After that, under everyone's gazes, a beautiful lady in her 20s gracefully walked over. Her jade-like body was slender, and her red lips were moist. Her jade-like feet stepped on the air as if she was stepping on the surface of a calm lake. "Heavenly Jade, Holy Lady, I didn't expect you to come too." At that moment, Hongya's expression completely darkened. "Since when did you 2 bastards get together? Moreover, there's only one rising dragon pill. Even if you 2 get it, how are you going to split it?" "Haha, you don't have to worry about that, Brother Hong." Jiang Li chuckled. "I've already made an agreement with the Heavenly Jade, Holy Lady, to work together to get the rising dragon pill back." Your plan to sow discord is useless. Boom! In an instant, the temperature suddenly dropped. Han Ye's face was filled with coldness. He was so angry that he laughed. Since that's the case, let's see who's the real deal. Attack! Jiang Li's eyes flashed, and he attacked. Wait! At that moment, the heavenly jade holy maiden suddenly said, "There's someone else." After saying that, she immediately turned around and looked in a certain direction. She smiled and said in a seductive voice, "The one hiding in the dark, are you so cruel to sit by and watch us fight to the death?" Her voice was extremely seductive. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of Jiang Li, Hanya, and the others who were about to attack changed because they actually hadn't noticed that there was someone else besides them present here. At that moment, a loud voice came from the forest. F***CK, Oldie, why did you hit me? I just couldn't hold it in and let out a fart. The heavenly jade holy maiden's eyes lit up when she heard those vulgar words. Jiang Li, Hanya, and the others had ugly expressions on their faces. Then, two figures walked out of the forest. The leader was dressed in purple, had a stocky build, and looked very rough. The man behind him was a young man in a green robe. The young man's facial features were as handsome as a god's. Who else could they be but Yang Tian and Yi Qin? Haha, I was wondering who it was. I didn't expect it to be Brother Yang, the son-in-law of the Merman clan. The moment he saw Yang Tian, a smile appeared on Jiang Li's tense face. "Brother Yang, why aren't you staying in the Merman clan and enjoying the happiness of having a wife? Why are you here?" "The one with the surname Jiang. Don't be hypocritical with me." Yang Tian did not give him any face at all. With a green foxtail grass in his mouth, he glanced at Hanya from the corner of his eyes. "Hong, hand over the void soaring dragon pill obediently. I'll let you off since I'm in a good mood. Otherwise, the Panwu immortal sect will be destroyed." As soon as he finished speaking, the many elders of the Panwu immortal sect who were protecting Hong Ye were furious. "Bastard!" A sinister look flashed across Hong Ye's eyes as he said with a smile, "What a coincidence, Brother Yang. Brother Jiang Li and the heavenly jade, holy maiden, both have their eyes on the void, soaring dragon pill in my hands. Why don't you discuss it with them?" He could tell that Yang Tian and Jiang Li were not on the same side, so he used the same trick again. His motive was self-evident. As expected, as soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Li and the heavenly jade holy maiden revealed sinister smiles. "What's there to discuss?" Yang Tian acted as if he did not hear his provocation. He chuckled and said, "I've already said that this void soaring dragon pill belongs to me. Don't even think about getting it." "Brother Yang, how arrogant!" Hearing that, Jiang Li smiled faintly and said, "The two of you want to get the void soaring dragon pill for yourselves? Aren't you being too optimistic?" Although he said that, he frowned slightly. Although Yang Tian had obtained the inheritance of the Merman clan's ancestral land, his cultivation base was the same as theirs. He was still at great stage soul formation. The former was so arrogant, so he must have something to rely on. His greatest reliance was the Merman clan's patriarch. However, if the Merman clan's patriarch was really here, he would not have waited until now. He would have attacked long ago. More than one person had the same thought as him. In an instant, many people could not help but look at Yi Qin, who was behind Yang Tian. However, to their surprise, they could not see through Yi Chen's cultivation base. Coupled with Yi Chen's young and unfamiliar appearance, they could not figure it out. The heavenly jade holy maiden looked at Yi Chen and smiled sweetly. Light swirled in her eyes, and the veil on her body swayed. She looked hazy and charming. "May I know how to address you, little brother?" With that, she took a few steps and approached Yi Chen with extreme lightness. Her skin was like jade, and her fragrance was alluring. Her eyes were like autumn water, and her eyes seemed to be flickering like a fox's. She looked into Yi Chen's eyes with extreme charm. No man would be able to withstand that gaze. Seeing that, Jiang Li subconsciously looked at Hong Ye and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Charm technique, This is the heavenly charm technique of the heavenly jade holy land. I've lived for so long, but this is the first time I've seen someone as handsome as you." As the heavenly jade holy maiden spoke, a faint smile appeared at the corner of her lips. Even Jiang Li and the rest would fall for her charm if they were not careful. It would be difficult for them to wake up for a while. At that moment, she suddenly saw two balls of divine fire jumping in Yi Chen's eyes. They were like divine lamps, resplendent and dazzling, burning everything. At that moment, the heavenly jade holy maiden felt a piercing pain in her eyes as if they were being burned by fire. She took a few steps back and screamed. Faced with this sudden scene, Jiang Li and the rest were shocked. The heavenly jade holy maiden looked at Yi Chen again. She did not look like she had been able to charm all living beings earlier. All that was left was deep fear. "Who exactly are you?" There were bloodstains in her eyes, and she was crying. The art of charm is just a small trick. Yi Chen glanced at her coldly. Subsequently, he raised his right hand gently and extended it toward Hanya. He said calmly, hand over the rising dragon pill. End of this chapter. Chapter 1511. Hand over the void, soaring dragon pill. Yi Chen's voice was neither loud nor soft, but everyone heard every single word he spoke. It was as if it had an irresistible charm. The smile on Hong Ye's face gradually turned cold. Even Jiang Li was no exception. The three of them were the most outstanding people in the 5 sacred grounds. When had they ever seen such an arrogant person? He dared to come and snatch the void, soaring dragon pill with just the two of them. What an arrogant brat! Before Hong Ye could speak, an elder of the Panwu immortal sect behind him smiled sinisterly. "I'd like to see where you got the guts from." As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward and turned into a huge hand that pressed down at Yi Chen. The vast pressure caused the surrounding space to tremble. "Old Yi, be careful." Yang Tian, who was standing next to Yi Chen, squinted and said, "This person is one of the Panwu immortal sect's 7 sons. He's already at great god transformation stage. The cold nether energy he cultivates is extremely sinister." Before he could finish speaking, he realized that Yi Chen did not retreat. Instead, he took a step forward at a steady pace. It was this step that caused the elder of the Panwu immortal sect to let out a shrill cry before falling heavily to the ground. He did not move at all, but his eyes were wide open as if he had died with a grievance. "Elder Hong Tao." The expressions of Hong Ya and the rest changed when they saw this. Clearly, they did not expect a great god transformation stage cultivator to die just like that. "How dare you kill a member of the Panwu immortal sect? You're courting death." As a furious voice rang out, another elder of the Panwu immortal sect spat out a giant bronze cauldron. It then turned into the size of a mountain and pressed down on Yi Chen. One of the 3 treasures of the Panwu immortal sect, the Green Dawn cauldron. Yang Tian's eyes gleamed as if he was reminding Yi Chen. Yi Chen took another step forward. Rumble! In an instant, the huge bronze cauldron that was the size of a mountain exploded and turned into dust. At the same time, the person who attacked fell to the ground and died. Dead silence. The world suddenly fell into dead silence. Everyone looked at Yi Chen in shock. There was only shock and fear in their eyes. He killed 1 person with each step, and they were all great perfection soul formation cultivators at that. F*CK, old Yi, do you have to be so fierce? Yang Tian was so shocked that his eyeballs almost popped out. Although he knew that Yi Chen was more powerful than him, he did not expect Yi Chen to be so powerful. At that moment, everyone, including the heavenly jade saintess, Jiang Li and Hong Ya, widened their eyes. "Who the hell are you?" Hong Ya swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and his voice trembled slightly. Even as the divine prince of Great Jiang, he couldn't kill a perfected soul formation cultivator in an instant. The only remaining explanation was that Yi Chen was most likely a void refinement old monster who could maintain his youthful looks. Buzz! As soon as this thought appeared, it violently exploded in his mind like a flood bursting through a dam, and it gave rise to dense shock. Void training stage! The heavenly jade, holy maiden, trembled, slightly. Such an existence, even in the 5 great sacred lands, would be a top powerhouse. However, they actually encountered one here. Yi Chen smiled calmly and said, "China, mad southern Yi." Boom! As soon as he said that, the world suddenly became extremely violent, as if the sky was about to collapse. "Why you're mad, southern Yi?" Zhongli, the divine prince of Great Jiang, was shaken. "Are you the mad southern Yi who has been rumored to have flattened the Taichu dojo alone?" Yi Chen smiled lightly when he met his gaze. Even though he did not give a clear answer, Jiang Li's body trembled violently. Then he took a deep breath in and bowed to Yi Chen. "I'm Jiang Li, the divine prince of Great Jiang. Greetings, Senior Yi. I don't want this void, soaring dragon pill anymore. I don't want it either." The heavenly jade, Saintess, followed closely behind. The two of them knew very well that he could even fight against the heavenly lord of Taichu's divine consciousness projection. Killing a perfected soul formation cultivator instantly was nothing. "Very good," Yi Chen said with a smile, seeing that he had no intention of pursuing the matter. Jiang Li clasped his fists at Yi Chen again. Subsequently, he turned around and flew into the sky with his men. He did not hesitate at all. He was extremely decisive. "Senior, if you have time, please come to the Heavenly Jade, Holy Land for chat." The Heavenly Jade Saintess also chose to leave. After the two of them left, Yi Chen looked at Hanya and the rest, who were motionless. He said with a smile, "Do you need me to do it myself?" "Senior, have you ever thought that this will offend the Panwu immortal sect?" Han Ye's face twitched. The reason why Jiang Li and the Heavenly Jade Saintess retreated so decisively was because the void soaring dragon pill was not in their hands. However, he was different. In order to obtain the void soaring dragon pill, he had spent 100 million low-grade spirit stones. If he lost the pill, he would not only lose the spirit stones, but also the chance to enter the void refinement stage. "I've already offended the Panwu immortal sect. Why should I mind offending you again?" Yi Chen smiled lightly. Yang Tian said gloatingly, "Did you hear that? If you don't hand over the pill, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave alive today. The Panwu immortal sect will not let this matter rest." Hong Ye scoffed coldly and flicked his finger. A pill bottle that looked like it was made of suet jade shot at Yi Chen. At the same time, he retreated frantically. "Do you think you can leave?" A hint of mockery flashed through Yi Chen's eyes when he saw that. "Protect the young master." At that moment, the auras of the remaining 3 Panwu immortal sect elders skyrocketed. Then they attacked Yi Chen fearlessly. "You're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot," Yi Chen's eyes flashed as a terrifying pressure swept out. 3 terrifying bloody mists appeared in the sky. Almost at that moment, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the sky, and a huge arm rushed out from it. The huge hand did not attack Yi Chen. Instead, it grabbed Hanya and retracted into the rift in the sky. "Break!" Yi Chen was not in a hurry. He extended his hand slowly and clenched it gently at the huge body in the sky. As his palm landed, the huge rift began to close quickly, faintly. One could only hear a scream coming from within, accompanied by a bloody mist. "Mad Southerny, I'll remember this." As the blood mist dissipated, the void had already closed up. However, a furious voice pierced through the void and rang out. Yang Tian said, "Old Yi, is Hongya dead?" "He should be," Yi Chen said while deep in thought. "Even if he's not dead, I'm afraid he's only left with an incomplete soul. It'll take him at least 35 years to recover." That's enough. I'm afraid you don't know that Hanya and the rest all have life-saving techniques. It's extremely difficult to kill them, not to mention that there's a powerhouse saving them. End of this chapter. Chapter 1512. After saying that, he could not help but take a deep look in the direction of the crack. Was the person who attacked just now the Patriarch of Panwu? It must be him. Yi Qin frowned and said, "This person is the master of a holy land after all. Why didn't he show up to confront me?" "You don't know, but the Patriarch of Panwu seems to be injured." Yang Tian grinned and said, "This old man was injured by Ying. If he didn't run away quickly, he would have lost his life." At that moment, Yi Chen's expression finally changed. "Ying? You've seen Ying?" Ever since he returned from the Purple World, he had lost contact with Ying. He had guessed that Ying had entered the Yin ruins, but he did not expect it to be true. "I've never seen him." Yang Tian shook his head and said, "I was in closed-door cultivation in the ancestral land of the mermaids. I heard about him from the mermaids' patriarch." Yi Qin frowned. "How did he fight the Patriarch of Panwu?" "I don't know the details," Yang Tian said. "However, according to the mermaids' patriarch, Ying entered the Yin ruins 2 months ago. He was too overbearing and domineering. He killed his way into the Panwu immortal sect and forced the Patriarch of Panwu to show up. After the two fought, the Patriarch of Panwu escaped with heavy injuries." At this point, he seemed to have thought of something and grinned. The Patriarch of Panwu was chased by him and fled in a sorry state. He did not dare to return to the sect. He only returned to the Panwu immortal sect after hearing that Ying Sha entered the Forbidden Zone. Ying Sha entered the Forbidden Zone? Yi Chen's eyes flickered. "That's right." Yang Tian nodded and said, "Someone saw him kill his way from the periphery to the core. He was stained with blood along the way and finally killed his way into the Forbidden Zone. However, you know that the Forbidden Zone is extremely dangerous. Even void refinement old monsters will die there. That's why we lost contact with him." "This guy," Yi Qin mumbled after finally accepting the news. "Why did he kill his way into the Forbidden Zone? What exactly is in the Forbidden Zone? Why are so many people scrambling for it?" Hearing that, Yang Tian said in a deep voice, "I don't know what's in the Forbidden Zone either. However, it said that all the foreign immortal sects came to Earth because of the Forbidden Zone." He took a good look at Yi Chen and lowered his voice. His lips moved slightly. "Rumor has it that there's an immortal's body suppressed in the Forbidden Zone. Whoever can find the immortal's body will have the hope of becoming an immortal." Boom! All the doubts in Yi Chen's mind were cleared up. That's right. Luo Tianya once said that there was an immortal on Earth who descended to the lower realm. However, he was suppressed by Great Emperor Xianyuan later on, and his immortal soul was imprisoned. It seems like the Forbidden Zone must be related to that immortal or Great Emperor Xianyuan. That's what I heard. I don't know if it's true or not. Yang Tian was afraid that he would overthink it, so he comforted him. "Don't think too much. The Forbidden Land is an ominous place. There were 2 void training stage old monsters who tried to attack the Forbidden Land with the strength of their whole sect, but their souls were destroyed in the end." He was worried that Yi Qin would listen to his rumors and take the risk to enter the Forbidden Zone for the hope of becoming an immortal like the others. However, Yi Qin acted as if he did not hear what he said. His eyes flickered as he thought to himself, "If it's true that an immortal descended to the lower realm, it means that this immortal is from the ancient immortal realm. He's an ancient immortal. When he first descended to the immortal world from the cultivation world, the immortal world was not called the immortal world back then. Instead, it was called the ancient immortal realm, and the people of the ancient immortal realm were called ancient immortals. At that time, the master of the ancient immortal realm, Immortal Emperor Daozhen, was tyrannical. He supported the ancient immortals and looked down on the immortals who ascended from the lower realm, causing the immortal realm to be in turmoil. The ancient immortals and the immortals who ascended from the lower realm had a grudge for a long time, and there were many conflicts. The ancient immortal realm was divided into 4 gates. north, south, south, and west. Each gate had a heavenly king mirror. With this mirror, one could command 1,000,000 heavenly soldiers. Yi Chen was initially the South Gate Mirror Heavenly King in the ancient heavenly court. He was on equal footing with the other 3 heavenly kings, and his status was only second to immortal Emperor Daojin. However, he was hated by immortal Emperor Daojin later on. Helpless, he could only choose to resist and successfully instigate the 3 heavenly kings of the ancient immortal realm to rebel. He then unified the ancient immortal realm, established the heavenly court, and imprisoned immortal Emperor Daojin in prison Warden Mountain. If there really was an immortal who descended to Earth in ancient times, then he must be an ancient immortal. However, why did he come to Earth? Yi Chen had more doubts. Thinking to this point, he could only suppress the doubts in his heart and shake his head slightly. He handed the void soaring dragon pill in his hand to Yang Tian and said, "When do you plan to consume it?" "There's no rush for now." Yang Tian shook his head and said, "The desolate god's tomb is about to open. Once I step into the void refinement stage, I won't be able to enter the desolate god's tomb." "Why?" Yi Chen was slightly stunned. Subsequently, he seemed to have thought of something. Could it be that the desolate god's tomb only allows cultivators below the void refinement stage to enter? "You're right." Yang Tian nodded and said, "The desolate god's tomb has a very strange restriction. This restriction is extremely repulsive to void refinement stage cultivators. Only soul formation stage cultivators can enter without being affected. What's in the desolate god's tomb that even you can't sit still?" Yi Chen frowned. "You actually don't know the origin of the desolate god's tomb?" Yang Tian looked at him in surprise and said, "The desolate god's tomb is the tomb of the Great Desolation Elder. Rumor has it that the Great Desolation Elder once killed his way into the Forbidden Area and successfully retreated. Therefore, if you say that there's nothing good in his tomb, I won't believe it even if you beat me to death." Yi Chen nodded lightly. "I heard that the scholar from the Demon God Forest once killed his way into the Forbidden Area and dyed the Forbidden Area with blood. Why didn't anyone target him?" "Sure." Hearing this, Yang Tian's expression changed drastically. He looked around nervously for a moment before saying softly, "Sir, do you want to die? That person from the Demon God Forest isn't someone you can casually talk about." He gulped and said again when he met Yi Chen's surprised gaze, "That person from the Demon God Forest is a taboo in the Yin ruins, just like the one in the Heavenly Tomb. Countless people have tried to target him. There are many void, refinement, old monsters among them." He swallowed his saliva again and said with an extremely solemn expression, "In the end, all of them died. Don't look down on him just because he's a scholar and looks weak. Usually, scholars are the most ruthless." Interesting. Yi Chen was interested in Qianqiu Wuhin again when he saw how fearful Yang Tian was. He could not help but recall the first time he met Qianqiu Wuhin in the Demon God Forest. Qianqiu Wuhin even gave him a keepsake. Just as he was deep in thought, Yang Tian suddenly said, "By the way, old Yi, did you buy a piece of the so-called holy medicine fragment at the space trade fair?" Yi Chen looked at him fixedly. "Why? Do you need it?" That fragment was the map fragment of the 5-element Heavenly Lotus whereabouts. "That's not what I meant." Yang Tian said, "I think I've seen that fragment before. I mean, if it's useful to you, I can help you." Yi Chen was moved. "Where else have you seen it?" End of this chapter. Chapter 1513. In the Silent Void. Yi Chen squinted at Yang Tian and said in a deep voice, "You said that you saw a fragment of the 5 elements Heavenly Lotus in the hands of the Merfolk Patriarch." He was determined to obtain the 5 elements Heavenly Lotus. Unfortunately, even though he had obtained a fragment from the space trade fair, he was still unable to reveal the whereabouts of the 5 elements Heavenly Lotus. Unexpectedly, Yang Tian had just told him that the Merfolk Patriarch also had a fragment of the 5 elements Heavenly Lotus in his hands. "That's right." Meeting his gaze, young Tian nodded and said, "Unfortunately, I didn't know what it was back then. I only found out that it was a fragment of a holy artifact at the space trade fair earlier." Yi Chen said with a faint smile, "Even if it's in the hands of the Merfolk Patriarch, I'm afraid he won't give it up so easily." "That might not be the case." Young Tian chuckled. "The Merfolk Patriarch thinks highly of me. Moreover, the Merfolk are ruled by women, and my wife is deeply favored by the old lady. If the old lady intercedes, I'm afraid this matter can be settled. However, you'll have to pay a price." "Of course." Yi Chen nodded and smiled. If it were anyone else, he could have snatched it. However, the Merfolk were different from other forces. The former had a relationship with Yang Tian. Yang Tian waved his hand and settled the matter. After the desolate God's two men's, "Come with me to the Merfolk." An hour later, in an extremely luxurious and retro courtyard in Tianyuan City, while Yang Tian was combing Yang Hao's body, Yi Chen looked at Song Jie and said while frowning, "Is the Patriarch not back yet?" "No," Song Jie said with an unnatural expression. "Master, you know the Patriarch's personality. He's always unpredictable. If he's unwilling to return, it'll be as difficult as ascending to heaven to find him." Yi Chen frowned and could only order, "Wait for the Patriarch here. I have something to do. If the Patriarch returns, tell him not to run around anymore." With that, he walked out of the courtyard. On Tianyuan City's Western City's miscellaneous goods street, numerous densely packed shops occupied both sides of the street. At the end of the street, there was a huge open-air plaza. At this moment, there were countless vendors hawking their wares to each other in a circle. This was the uniqueness of Tianyuan City. Anyone could set up a stall in a designated place in the city as long as they paid a certain amount of entrance tax and land tax. Therefore, it could be said that the business of the entire Inshu gathered here. Yi Chen walked on the street and glanced at the shops. He would stop in his tracks from time to time and leave while shaking his head. Even now, he was still wondering if he could find anything related to the 5 luminaries Heaven Lotus in this huge commercial city, such as the tortoiseshell fragment. Yi Chen stopped when he arrived at the 8th shop. Then he lifted his feet and walked in while pondering. At that moment, a middle-aged man quickly walked out and said with an unapproachable attitude, "Fellow Taoist, your treasure house isn't open to the public today. Please come back another day." Yi Chen glanced at the words "treasure house" on the shop's plaque. He could vaguely feel a faint pressure lingering in the shop. However, there was a protective layer that could block divine consciousness outside the shop. Thinking to this point, his eyes flickered a few times before he resolutely turned around and walked down the street. "Steward Wu, what happened?" At this moment, a clear and melodious voice that sounded like a silver bell came from the shop. Then, a young woman in a bright and graceful dress walked out of the shop. A faint fragrance wafted through the air. Yi Chen stopped in his tracks when he heard the voice. He turned around and looked over. Surprise flashed through the depths of his eyes. At the same time, the lady in red seemed to have noticed Yi Chen as well. A hint of shock appeared on her exquisite face, which subsequently turned into surprise. "Young mistress, this person seems to want to buy something." Steward Wu clasped his fists and pointed at Yi Chen. He said respectfully, "Considering that young mistress doesn't like to be disturbed, I persuaded her to leave." Before he was done speaking, he saw the young mistress that he was talking about take a few steps forward quickly and walk to the young man. She smiled in surprise. "Senior Yi, I can't believe we meet again." At that moment, Manager Wu's figure instantly stiffened, and he stood on the spot without moving as if he'd heard something unbelievable. Yi Chen said with a smile when he met the lady's gaze, "Why are you here, young Mistress Fong?" The lady in red standing before him at that moment was none other than Fong Zue, whom he had met in the martial god tomb previously. Even Yi Chen did not expect to meet her here. Seemingly sensing Yi Chen's suspicion, Fong Zue pursed her red lips and said while smiling, "Senior Yi, you might not know this, but this treasure house belongs to the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. I'm currently managing it." She was afraid that Yi Chen would not believe her as she spoke to this point, so she added, "I usually let Steward Wu take care of it. It's just a routine check today." "I see." Yi Chen nodded lightly. Fang Ziwei covered her mouth and giggled after taking a good look at Yi Chen with her beautiful eyes. "It's all thanks to Senior Yi for what happened last time. I haven't had the chance to thank you properly. Why don't you come in?" "Sure." Yi Chen agreed while smiling. He was reluctant to talk to Fang Ziwei in the beginning. However, since they met again, he could only let nature take its course. "Senior Yi, please." Fang Ziwei lifted her hand and gestured for Yi Chen to enter. Yi Chen walked into the store calmly. Meanwhile, Fang Ziwei turned her head to look at Steward Wu, who was standing still before her. "You can get a nascent formation pill from the contribution hall." Steward Wu was stunned at first when he heard that. Then his body shook intensely. He was over the moon. "Thank you, young mistress." As the name suggested, the nascent formation pill would dissolve the nascent soul and refine the nascent soul's essence into a primordial spirit. When the primordial spirit was formed, it would be the sign of one stepping into God transformation. He had been stuck at perfect stage nascent soul for hundreds of years. He had less than 200 years left in his lifespan. How could he not be excited now that he was given a nascent formation pill? The fragrance of tea filled the air in the treasure closing house. Fang Ziwei, who had changed into a long purple dress with tassels, sat across Yi Chen. She squinted her beautiful eyes lightly. "I wonder, when did you come to Tianyuan City, Senior? Why didn't you come to the city governor's residence to look for me? Did you forget about my kindness 2 days ago?" "I was busy with chores, so I couldn't leave." Yi Chen took a sip of the spiritual tea in the cup. As soon as the tea entered his stomach, it turned into an extremely pure fire spiritual power that spread through his limbs and bones. He could not help but compliment Great Tea. "If I'm not mistaken, this tea must be expensive. Even God transformation cultivators can't taste it." End of chapter. Chapter 1514. Senior, you have good taste. Fang Ziwei could not help but lift her sharp chin upon hearing that. This tea is called the Emu Divine Tea. It needs to be cultivated with supreme grade spirit stones. It can be picked once every 300 years, and each stalk can only yield 5 grams of tea leaves. As she spoke to this point, she covered her mouth and giggled. This tea is very beneficial to cultivators who cultivate fire-type cultivation methods. Senior, you came at the right time. If you came a day or 2 later, I'm afraid I would have given it to my elders. You're generous. Yi Chen nodded lightly and could not help but look at her with a wry smile. "Ms. Fang, you must have something to ask of me since you're treating me so well." Fang Ziwei felt like she had been seen through when she met his gaze. She pursed her red lips and said, "Senior Yi, you're right. I do have something to trouble you with." Yi Chen said nothing. He was drinking the tea in his hand. Upon seeing that, Fang Ziwei clenched her teeth and said, "Senior, have you heard of the desolate God's tomb?" Yi Chen said, "I've heard of it, but I'm not interested." Fang Ziwei said in all seriousness, "The desolate God's tomb is about to open and everyone is moving. Even my Tianyuan city is no exception. However, my Tianyuan city situation is different from other forces." She looked at Yi Chen in a daze and said while moving her lips slightly, "My Tianyuan commerce is divided into 5 branches, and I'm from the purple branch. The desolate God's tomb is an opportunity for the Tianyuan commerce to change its power. The younger generation of the 5 branches will compete with each other, and the winner will control the Tianyuan commerce." She wanted to see any expression on Yi Chen's face after saying that. However, Yi Chen acted as if he did not hear anything. His eyes were calm. "Phew! Eventually, she could only heave a sigh of relief. She knew that her little tricks were like a child's play before Yi Qin. Thinking to this point, she said rather helplessly, the competition will be for the younger generation of the 5 branches to obtain an item in the desolate god's tomb. Whoever gets it will win, and they can ask for external help. Yi Qin looked at her with a wry smile. So, you're saying that you want me to be your external help to enter the desolate god's tomb to obtain what you want? That's right. Feng Ziyue nodded lightly. Of course, I won't ask you to agree to this matter without any conditions. I am willing to agree to one condition in the name of the Tianyuan Commerce's Purple Branch. Sure. Yi Chen's eyes flashed. Subsequently, a fragment that looked like a tortoise shell suddenly appeared in his palm. Have you seen this before? It was a fragment of the 5 luminaries' heaven lotus. He had already guessed that Feng Ziyue had something to ask of him, which was why she was so enthusiastic. It just so happened that he also wanted to borrow the power of the heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce to find the other fragments. As such, both sides had their own bargaining chips. Feng Ziyue's expression changed the moment she saw Yi Chen's 5-element heaven lotus fragment. Senior, why do you have this? She seemed to have thought of something after saying that. She looked at Yi Chen suddenly. Could it be that the person who bid for this item at the Space Trade Fair earlier was you, Senior? Yi Chen smiled as a tacit agreement. Then he looked at her and said, So you've seen this before? Feng Ziyue frowned slightly, seemingly hesitating. After a while, she bit her lips and said, To be honest, the Heavenly Essence Trade Association has this item. Furthermore, we have 3 of them. Is that true? Yi Chen's hand that was holding the teacup paused. Subsequently, he said while frowning, Are you lying to me? He suspected that Feng Ziyue had said that she had seen the 5 luminaries' heaven lotus fragment on purpose to get him to help her. How would I dare to lie to you, Senior? Feng Ziyue forced a smile and said, Indeed, I've seen this item before. I swear on my astral body that it's placed in the heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce's secret treasure. Only the person in charge of the Chamber of Commerce can open it. The Chamber of Commerce's secret treasure? Yi Qin frowned. That's right. Feng Ziyue nodded and said, The heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce comes from another country. We collect treasures from everywhere. Naturally, we have an extremely secret treasure. However, apart from the person in charge, nobody knows where it is. Yi Qin put the teacup down softly after hearing that and said, So, who's the person in charge of the heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce? It's the patriarch of the Gold Sect. Feng Ziyue took a deep breath in and said slowly, Even I hardly see him. Rumor has it that he's not on Earth or in Yinshu. He's still in another country. However, it's said that he'll come to the gathering where the authority changes this time. Therefore, the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce is currently made up of the 5 sections. We handle all the matters in the Chamber of Commerce. She could not help but sigh softly as she spoke to this point. However, we don't have the key to the secret treasure, so we can't open it. Yi Qin thought to himself after hearing what she said. He only said to her a moment later while looking at her, I can be your helper, but how can you guarantee that you'll give me the other 3 fragments? As soon as I have your help, Senior, I believe that I'll definitely be able to suppress the people from the other 4 sects in this competition. Feng Ziyue said in all seriousness, By then I'll be the person in charge of the Chamber of Commerce. According to tradition, I'll be the one to keep the key to the secret treasure. I can promise you that. Yi Qin looked at her steadily and eventually said, You're a smart person. You know the consequences of breaking the contract. By then, the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce alone won't be able to suppress me. Of course. Feng Ziyue nodded hard. Subsequently, she seemed to have recalled something and said, May I ask what's your cultivation base now, Senior? Perfected God Transformation. Yi Chen said, that day before heading to Yin Su, when he was being intimate with Su Yuhan, She seemed to know that she did not have much time left. She forcefully passed all of her pure Yin energy to him. With the help of the pure Yin energy, his cultivation base skyrocketed to perfected God transformation. He was just one step away from void refinement. Even so, cultivators below void refinement were like ants to him. Only void refinement cultivators could fight him. Fang Ziyue's eyes were filled with joy when she heard that. Senior, it's great that you're only at perfected God transformation. I was worried that you were really on void refinement. The desolate God's tomb was extremely strange. Void refinement cultivators could not enter, or they would be rejected. Only God transformation cultivators could enter. She had seen Yi Chen's combat strength before. He could fight the heaven-battling martial god with his physical body. His combat strength was comparable to void refinement, which was enough to defeat people of the same level. That was the reason why she invited Yi Chen. Since both of them had reached an agreement, Yi Chen went straight to the point. When will the desolate god's tomb open? It'll open tomorrow at noon. Fang Ziyue's red lips curled slightly as she said, by then all the organizations will work together to open the formation on the outermost layer. Senior, just go in with me. Yi Chen nodded lightly. At that moment, Fang Ziyue suddenly said, Senior, have you heard that there's a huge commotion in Yinsu today? End of this chapter. Chapter 1516. As soon as the voice fell, Fang Ziyue frowned and immediately turned her head to look. Fang Beiyuan, on the other hand, looked delighted. Under their gazes, a brown-robed old man walked over with his hands behind his back. The old man's eyes were sunken in and glowed with light. An extremely cold aura radiated from him, almost freezing the space around him. The moment he saw the old man, Fang Beiyuan immediately laughed out loud and went up to him. Fellow Tianmo, I've been waiting for you for a long time. How could I dare to trouble the Fang clan to wait for so long? Taoist Tianmo smiled faintly and bowed to Fang Ziyue. Greetings, Miss Fang. Fang Ziyue nodded politely and secretly sent a voice transmission to Yi Chen. Senior, this person is called Old Man Tianmo. He's also a perfected soul formation cultivator. However, he's known as one of the 10 evildoers in Yinshu. He's ranked 4th. 10 evildoers? Yi Chen was surprised. As if sensing his confusion, Fang Ziyue immediately explained, the so-called 10 evildoers are the 10 most powerful rogue cultivators in Yinshu. They more or less have many grudges with the 5 sacred grounds, but the 5 sacred grounds can't capture them easily. At this point, her beautiful eyes flickered. For example, Taoist Tianmo. It's said that he once took a blow from the heavenly venerable lord and survived. No wonder he's so arrogant, Yi Chen chuckled softly. To be able to take a blow from a void refinement old monster without dying and even survive, it could only be said that Taoist Tianmo was not weak. In reality, that was the case. How could anyone who could cultivate to this stage on their own be simple? Fang Beiyuan said with a smile, Fellow Tianmo, I won't say any more polite words. I've already prepared a birthday banquet for you. There's no need for that. Although Old Man Tianmo said that, he looked at Yi Chen. There was a hint of coldness on his old face. I'd like to know what makes you worthy of being hired as Ms. Fang's external help. Shock flashed through Yi Chen's eyes, who was initially calm when he heard that. This Old Man Tianmo had never met him before, so there was no grudge between them. Ever since he entered the sect, Yi Chen had never spoken to him. He did not expect Yi Chen to seek trouble with him now. As Old Man Tianmo's voice fell, the atmosphere in the hall immediately became somewhat subtle and frozen. Fang Ziyue's gaze changed slightly. Before Yi Chen could speak, she said coldly, Senior Tianmo, I've witnessed Senior Ye's ability with my own eyes. Therefore, I believe you. Senior. Old Man Tianmo could not help but scoff. There was disdain in his eyes as he looked at Yi Chen. Does this brat deserve to be called senior? Isn't it too childish for Miss Fang to choose this person? At that moment, even Fang Ziwe could tell that the former was targeting Yi Qin. She frowned slightly and was going to speak. Ziyu. Fang Beiyuan pretended to cough upon seeing that. He looked at Yi Qin and turned to speak to Fang Ziwe. Perhaps there's something extraordinary about this little friendie that you value. He changed the topic, however. The desolate god's tomb concerns the future of our purple sect. There's no room for anything to go wrong. I think we'll choose fellow Tian Mo as our external aid this time. Although Taoist Tian Mo did not say anything, he could not hide the smile between his brows. Fang Beiyuan had paid a void-soaring dragon pill to invite him over. So how could he possibly give up on this opportunity? Therefore, Yi Qin naturally became the target of exclusion. Father, I'm not joking. Fang Ziwe shook her head in the face of Fang Beiyuan's advice. She insisted, I still plan to get Senior Yi to be my external aid. Fang Beiyuan's expression gradually turned grim when he saw how insistent she was. He seemed to look rather terrible. Taoist Tian Mo was the only one who said, while smiling instead of being mad, Miss Fang, it's not up to you to decide if this little brother can be your Fang family's external aid. Of course, I'm not targeting this little friend on purpose. He glanced at Yi Qin secretly and said, Chief Fang has invited me many times. I only agreed because I couldn't reject him. If Miss Fang insists on getting this little friend to be our external aid, I can back out. His move seemed to be extremely magnanimous, but he was actually advancing by retreating. As expected, Fang Beiyuan's expression suddenly turned extremely fierce after hearing what he said. Ziwe, stop fooling around! Fang Ziwe's face turned slightly pale instantly. She knew her father's character very well. Every time Fang Beiyuan acted like that, it was a sign that he was about to flare up. Seeing her expression, old man Tian Mo secretly scoffed, but he remained calm on the surface, as if he was very calm. At that moment, a calm voice suddenly came from behind Fang Ziwe. Since you said that I'm not qualified, I wonder where you got the qualification from. Yi Qin took a step forward with his hands behind his back. He looked at Taoist Tian Mo with a forced smile. Qualified? Old man Tian Mo did not expect him to not give up. He said with a cold gaze, just because I'm ranked number 4 among the 10 great villains of Yin Su. Just because I escaped from the heavenly venerable of primordial beginning. Fang Beiyuan could not help but secretly nod as he listened to old man Tian Mo talk about his past as if he was familiar with it. That was exactly what he saw in Taoist Tian Mo 10 great villains. Yi Qin smiled and said in disdain, To me, the so-called 10 great villains are just 10 useless people. How dare you brag about them? Bastard! Hearing that, Taoist Tian Mo's expression turned completely cold. Junior, how dare you look down on me? Even Fang Beiyuan looked at Yi Qin in an unfriendly manner. He was the one who invited old man Tian Mo. Was Yi Qin not looking down on him by humiliating him like that? It's not that I'm looking down on you. Yi Qin shook his head lightly and smiled lightly. It's because I've never looked down on you. How can you say that I'm looking down on you? Fang Beiyuan could not help but reprimand. Little friend, please watch your words. If not for the fact that his daughter had invited Yi Qin, he would have ordered someone to chase Yi Qin out. Very well. At that moment, old man Tian Mo laughed dryly. He looked at Yi Qin with a sharp gaze and said, Junior, since you insist on fighting me for the foreign aid slot this time, why don't I compete with you? At this point, his eyes were filled with a cold gleam as if Yi Qin was a dead man to him. Do you dare or not? Oh, a smile bloomed on Yi Qin's face. He dusted the corner of his clothes and said absent-mindedly, How do you want to compete? It's simple. Old man Tian Mo stared straight at him and said coldly, If you can take one attack from me, I'm willing to back out. Chapter 1517. Of course, if you die because you're not strong enough to take a single attack from me, Don't blame the heavens." He was like a lone wolf that had fainted from hunger. At the end of his sentence, he could hardly hide the killing intent in his eyes. Fong Beiyuan frowned slightly. He could sense that old man Tian Mo was truly furious at that moment. He could not help but look at Yi Chen by instinct as he thought to this point. There was a hint of pity in his eyes. Clearly, he did not think highly of Yi Chen. "Little friend, please think about it carefully. If anything happens, my Tianyuan city won't be responsible." "Is that so?" Yi Chen did not answer his question. "In other words, if this old thing accidentally dies in my hands, he deserves it." Fong Beiyuan was speechless. He had good intentions. His goal was to persuade Yi Chen to retreat. Never did he expect Yi Chen to take advantage of the situation. He really thought that he was old man Tian Mo's match. Meanwhile, Yi Chen's persistence made him a little angry. He could only snort and say, "Of course. The battle between the two of you is purely a personal grudge. Life and death are up to the heavens." Yi Chen smiled when he heard that. He took a step forward and looked at old man Tian Mo mischievously. "Since that's the case, it seems like you'll have to die." The smile on Yi Chen's face gradually turned cold when he heard the last word. The chilling killing intent seemed to have caused the temperature in the hall to suddenly drop. Under their gazes, old man Tian Mo's pupils constricted violently, and his eyes turned sinister. "Very well, very well. I'd like to see where you get the confidence to talk to me like that today." He glared at Yi Chen fiercely as a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Subsequently, a terrifying and majestic pressure swept out of his body. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The hall that was reinforced with a formation was on the verge of collapse under the pressure, as if it could not bear the burden. Fong Beiyuan immediately swept his sleeve to protect Fong Zue and retreated far away to prevent himself from being affected by the former's pressure. "Junior, will you go first, or shall I go first?" Although old man Tianmo could not wait to kill Yi Chen immediately, he pretended to be calm and magnanimous considering that Fong Beiyuan and his daughter were present. "You first," Yi Chen said softly when he met his gaze, "because once I attack, you'll never have the chance to attack again in this lifetime." Shameless boasting! Boom! At that moment, a terrifying divine sense erupted from the center of Elder Tianmo's brows, condensing into a small black sword. As soon as the sword appeared, it immediately shattered the surrounding space. "An essence soul treasure," the distant Fong Beiyuan spoke with a solemn gaze. "I never expected that fellow Taoist Tianmo would ever find an essence, spirit, treasure in advance." Beside him, Fong Ziwe's expression also changed slightly. Primordial spirit treasures could only be used by void tempering stage old monsters. Primordial spirit treasures alone could destroy everything. On the other hand, Taoist Tianmo was clearly at the peak of the soul formation stage, but he managed to condense a primordial spirit treasure in advance. From this, it could be seen that it was no wonder that he was ranked among the top 10 villains. Slash! Old man Tian Mo shouted softly like a thunderclap. Immediately, the small black sword tore through the void and slashed at Yi Chen. At the same time, his eyes were filled with ferocity. How could he not understand that Yi Chen must have powerful techniques, since he was so confident? That was why he used a primordial spirit treasure as soon as he attacked. There were less than 5 people in the world who could condense a primordial spirit treasure before entering the void tempering stage. "Senior Yi, be careful," Fong Zhe reminded him subconsciously. "This primordial spirit treasure targets the primordial spirit. If you're not careful, your soul might be destroyed." However, Yi Chen did not move in the face of such a fierce attack as if he did not see it. If one took a closer look, they would notice a disdainful smirk at the corner of his lips. "Is this brat crazy?" Fong Beiyuan frowned. Boom! Under their gazes, the small black sword slashed Yi Chen hard. It seemed to ignore his body and wanted to attack his primordial spirit directly. Gotcha! In that instant, a faintly discernible crisp sound suddenly rang out in the hall. Then, countless dense cracks suddenly appeared on the small black sword, like a broken mirror. How is this possible? The smile on old man Tian Mo's face froze. Then, as if he had seen something terrifying, he said, "Why can't my primordial spirit sword hurt you?" Ah. Subsequently, he screamed and spat a mouthful of blood. Clearly, his primordial spirit treasure had been damaged, and it had backfired on his soul. Fang Beiyuan's eyes widened in shock. Is this a primordial spirit treasure? Yi Chen walked forward step by step. He shook his head and said as he walked toward old man Tianmo, "This is at most a pseudo-primordial spirit treasure. It might be able to deal with others, but not me." Blurg! Old man Tian Mo spat another mouthful of blood and retreated. He looked at Yi Chen in shock. "Who exactly are you?" Even Fang Beiyuan dared not say that he could withstand his attack 100% of the time. However, Yi Chen was extremely casual. "I'm the one who wants your life." Yi Chen grinned when he met his gaze. His smile turned cold. "Now it's my turn to attack." Oh no. At that moment, old man Tian Mo suddenly had a strong, ominous premonition. He said without hesitation, "Stop, I'm willing to back out. I'm willing to back out." However, Yi Chen acted as if he did not hear him. He stretched his hand out at the former. He did not use any divinity or spell. However, it was this action that caused old man Tian Mo's hair to stand on end. It was as if he had been targeted by a peerless, ferocious creature. Thinking to this point, he growled and retreated. His first reaction was to leave this place. That was his greatest creed as an independent cultivator. Of the 36 stratagems, running was the best. Almost in the blink of an eye, he crushed a talisman and disappeared from where he was. He entered the void and dashed away at an extremely terrifying speed. "Stay here." Yi Chen remained unmoved. He reached into the void directly as if he was going to pierce through the Fang family's hull. Break! While old man Tianmo was shocked, he tried his best to slash Yi Chen's hand. However, it was useless no matter how many techniques he had. Boom! As the void exploded, Yi Chen retracted his hand. Fang Beiyuan and the rest saw a terrified person in his hand. Who else could it be but old man Tianmo? Old man Tianmo was horrified. He immediately begged for mercy. "Fellow, please stop. Let's talk nicely." Chapter 1518. Blurg! Before he could finish speaking, his entire body exploded into a bloody mist, accompanied by the pungent smell of blood that filled the hall. Dead silence. The hall was dead silent. Fang Beiyuan and his daughter watched the scene with their mouths agape. Old man Tianmo, who was ranked 4th on the 10 Great Villains leaderboard and had cultivated the primordial soul sword in advance, had died just like that? It had only been a few breaths since Yi Chen attacked. Even Fang Ziwei, who was prepared, could not help but feel shocked at that moment. She already thought that Yi Chen was powerful enough, but she did not expect him to be so powerful that he could kill old man Tianmo. Yi Chen's clothes were not stained with blood as he looked at Fang Beiyuan quietly. His smile that was like a spring breeze did not seem like he had just killed someone. "Chief Fang, I wonder if I can satisfy you?" Fang Beiyuan snapped out of his daze when he heard that. He glanced at the scarlet blood on the ground. He then took a deep breath in and bowed to Yi Chen while clasping his fists. "Fellow Yi, I failed to recognize you earlier. Please don't blame me." The shock in him was like a flood that had broken the dam. Before this, when had he ever thought that this would be the outcome? Therefore, he could not help but feel ashamed when he recalled his attitude toward Yi Chen earlier. At the same time, he felt lucky. Yi Chen smiled lightly as if he had forgotten about the unpleasantness earlier. "We're just taking what we need. It doesn't matter if I blame you or not." When Fang Beiyuan saw his smile, he He felt a chill run down his spine. It was usually such people who were the most dangerous. "Fellow Yi, please take a seat." He gestured for Yi Qin to sit down as he thought to this point. He then ordered people to serve all sorts of spiritual wine and delicacies. "Father, I've already told you. The reason why I asked Senior Yi to be our external help is because I have absolute confidence in his strength." Feng Ziyue winked at Feng Beiyuan playfully and smiled slyly. "You should believe me now, right?" "You little girl, you're trying to embarrass me in front of fellow Yi," said Yi Zichen. Feng Beiyuan glanced at her helplessly. He then picked up his wine glass and said to Yi Qin, "Fellow Yi, a toast to you to apologize for my rudeness earlier." With that, he drained the cup in one gulp. Yi Chen finished the wine in the cup while smiling. As soon as the wine entered his stomach, it was like a trickle, causing the spiritual power in his body to grow slightly. He couldn't help but say in surprise, "Good wine. If this ye didn't guess wrongly, this is a precious monkey wine among wines. Moreover, it's a supreme-grade monkey wine brewed by the three-eyed fire ape race." The moment he said that, Feng Ziyue and her father could not help but look at each other. They could see a trace of shock in each other's eyes. In the end, it was Feng Ziyue who said with a smile, "Senior Yi is knowledgeable. This is indeed supreme-grade monkey wine. My Heavenly Essence Merchant Association traded with the three-eyed fire ape race in the outer realm. We don't have much in store, and my father usually can't bear to drink it himself. Even though we don't have much in reserve, we can still take out some." Feng Beiyuan could not help but laugh. "If fellow Taoist, you needs it, I'll order someone to give you some before I leave." The reason why the father and daughter were shocked was that very few people in the outer realm knew about the monkey wine. Yi Qin accepted it gladly. Subsequently, he seemed to have thought of something and said while smiling, "Clan leader Feng, will I really not bring you any trouble by killing old man Tian Mo?" "There's some trouble, but it's not a big problem." Feng Beiyuan's expression relaxed slightly as he said, "Fellow Yi, you might not know this, but old man Tian Mo actually has an elder brother called Tian Xiezi. He's the leader of the 10 villains, a void refinement old monster." "Void refinement?" Yi Qin said. "That's right." Feng Beiyuan nodded lightly. It said that Tian Xiezi and old man Tian Mo entered a tomb by chance and obtained the inheritance. Tian Xiezi's aptitude is the best, so he entered void refinement before old man Tian Mo. At this point, he said in a deep voice, "Therefore, Tian Xiezi's reputation among the rogue cultivators in Inshu is extremely high. He has the tendency to be the leader of the rogue cultivators. Even the few on the villain list have to look up to him. It's also because of Tian Xiezi's existence." Feng Ziyue added, "The 5 sacred grounds have a soft policy toward the 10 villains. They won't touch them unless they have no other choice." Yi Chen's eyes flickered. "I see." Needless to say, Tian Xiezi would find out sooner or later that old man Tian Mo had died in his hands. This meant that he, Yi Chen, would have another void refinement old monster as his enemy from now on. However, he did not care much about that. Tian Xiezi was not the only void refinement old monster he had offended. There were also the Taichu Taoist master, the patriarch of Panwu, and the 8 Shenyuan clans in China. Seeing his expression, Feng Beiyuan thought that he was worried about Tian Xiezi's revenge, so he could not help but say, "Fellow Yi, you don't have to worry too much about this. I'll deal with the aftermath of fellow Tian Mo's death. Moreover, Tian Xiezi won't dare to barge into Tianyuan City and make a move. Let's take a step back." He couldn't help but say with a smile, "If fellow Yi helps us seize first place in the desolate god's tomb, my purple faction will take control of the desolate god's tomb, and we will give fellow Yi the identity of a guest elder of my heavenly origin trading company. With this identity, not to mention Tian Xiezi, even the 5 sacred grounds wouldn't dare act rashly." His tone was domineering and confident. That was the foundation of the Tianyuan Trade Association. Yi Qin said while smiling lightly, "I know what I'm doing." Subsequently, Yi Chen declined Fang Beiyuan and his daughter's invitation to stay and left the city governor's mansion after the three of them chatted about the details of the desolate god's tomb. Fang Beiyuan gradually stopped smiling as he watched Yi Chen leave. He turned his head to look at Fang Ziwe behind him. "How did you know such a person?" Fang Ziwe immediately told him all the details of the martial god's tomb. After hearing that, Fang Beiyuan could not hide the shock on his face. This person actually defeated the martial god's corpse with his physical strength. Father, Senior Yi seems to be a dual cultivator of magic and martial arts. Fang Ziwe gritted her teeth. You have to know that even Elder Ku is no match for the martial god's corpse. This person must be a dual cultivator of magic and martial arts. Fang Beiyuan's eyes shone brightly. Only someone who cultivates both martial Dao and truth cultivation can have such a battle prowess that's comparable to a void refinement old monster. Unfortunately, there's a huge chasm for dual cultivators of magic and martial arts. It's very difficult for them to step into the void refinement stage, and they can only stop at the God transformation stage for the rest of their lives. In a mansion in Tianyuan City, when Yi Qin entered, he was surprised to find that Song Chia was the only one in the house. He did not know where the rest of them were. Master, Song Chia immediately greeted him when he saw him. His expression did not look too good. Yi Qin frowned and said, "What happened?" With his experience, he naturally guessed that something must have happened. Otherwise, Yang Tian would not have gone out without listening to him. Song Chia took a deep breath in and said, "The patriarch got into a conflict with someone at the brothel. The other party has a powerful background, and there are many of them. The patriarch is at a disadvantage, so Uncle Yang brought the people there first." The patriarch fought with someone at the brothel? Yi Qin was a little stunned when he heard that. So the patriarch has been hitting the goose all day long, but he still got pecked by the goose in the end? He did not hesitate anymore. "Let's go. Bring me there. P.S. I was going to update 4 times, but there's not enough time, so I can only update 3 times. I'll update 3 times tomorrow. I'll try my best to restore the update." Chapter 1519. The Immortal Tower was located in the northernmost part of Tianyuan City. It could be said that this was a gold mine. The Immortal Tower was filled with women, and they were female cultivators at that. Their looks were extraordinary, and they were extremely good at seduction, causing many men to fall head over heels for them. On the path of cultivation, not everyone could pursue the path of immortality, and not everyone could survive in the boring and dangerous cultivation world. Therefore, there would always be people who would choose to give up halfway. They would either live in seclusion and become an overlord, establish a cultivation family, marry and have children, nurture their descendants, and try to let their descendants surpass them, or they would take advantage of their lifespan and enjoy themselves. Women were the #1 poison in the world. Of course, for the women in the brothel, pleasing the customers was also a form of cultivation. Most of them were proficient in the art of harvesting yin to nourish yang. When they had sex with male cultivators, they would silently absorb a portion of their essence energy to increase their own cultivation. "Master, they're inside." Song Chia led Yi Qin to an extravagant building according to the message from Yang Tian. Yi Qin lifted his head and saw a huge pavilion in the distance. It seemed like it was sitting on the clouds. It was shrouded in spiritual mist, and from time to time he could hear seductive laughter and panting. The voice was extremely charming, causing one's face to flush. Any male cultivator who passed by this place would have fallen for this scene if they had the slightest bit of willpower. Even Song Chia could not help but reveal a strange expression, as if he was bewitched by the voice. Fortunately, he had quite the willpower, and it was just his body that was uncomfortable. At this moment, there were people entering and exiting the Immortal Tower. Most of their cultivation bases were below nascent soul, and most of them were at foundation building. However, Yi Chen was not in a hurry to enter. He stared at the immortal tower, and two balls of golden flames could be faintly seen in his eyes. Under his pupils, the beautiful immortal tower that looked like a paradise on earth no longer existed. Instead, it was replaced by endless resentment, evil energy, and other negative energy. Song Chie could not help but ask, "Master, what's wrong?" "What a great immortal tower!" Yi Chen suddenly smiled and said, "It attracts countless people in the name of a brothel. Not only can it harvest yin to nourish yang, but it can also absorb the 7 emotions and 6 desires. It can even dream back to 1,000 lifetimes. There's actually someone here who knows how to set up this eclipse-stealing formation. Not simple at all. I'd like to see who the old ancestor has offended." He chuckled and took a step forward, leading Song Chie toward the main entrance of the immortal tower. Dozens of young girls were divided into 2 groups and stood on both sides of the main entrance. Their black hair was like a waterfall, their snowy arms were like lotus roots, and their sparkling and translucent bodies were accompanied by their charming laughter, attracting passers-by. Yi Chen led Song Chie past the pink skeletons calmly. On the contrary, Song Chie's face was flushed red, as if his Tao heart could not hold on. In his eyes, he only felt that there were fairies dancing in front of him and smiling at him. Every frown and smile was extremely charming. One of the women, with half of her clothes torn off, smiled charmingly and said with a magnetic voice, "Little brother, do I look good?" Song Chie's throat moved, and he subconsciously wanted to go over. Suddenly, a shout sounded in his mind. "Be **starred. Are you still not waking up?" In an instant, Song Chie stopped in his tracks and revealed a blank expression. Then he came to his senses and quickly retreated to Yi Chen's side. He looked at the dozens of women in front of him with lingering fear. Even the dozens of women were shocked. They did not expect Yi Chen to be unaffected by such charm. Then a voice sounded, "Little brother, since you've come here, it's fate for us. Why are you so resistant?" A woman with a red mole between her brows walked forward leisurely. Her body was slender as she walked toward Yi Chen gracefully. She extended her slender fingers as if she wanted to touch Yi Chen's face. "Humph!" Yi Chen snorted coldly and turned into a thunderclap that landed in her mind. She spat a mouthful of blood and retreated heavily. Her face was extremely pale. "I don't care how you cultivate, but if you continue to not restrain yourself, don't blame me for destroying your cultivation." Yi Chen's gaze was cold as he walked into the immortal tower step by step. With his previous encounter, Song Chie did not dare to look at them anymore. He lowered his head and followed Yi Chen closely. Watching the 2 of them leave, the woman who was severely injured earlier had a cold gaze and said in a low voice, "This person must be here for the person who calls himself the Patriarch of Hell. Guard this place. I'll report it right away." As soon as he stepped into the immortal tower, the scene before Yi Chen's eyes suddenly changed. It was as if he had stepped into a paradise. The surrounding pavilions were faintly discernible. The spiritual energy was like mist, and there were countless palace maids flying in the air. The strange thing was that there were no men. It was as if the men who had entered earlier had mysteriously disappeared, including Yang Tian and the rest who had arrived earlier. Song Chie also noticed this abnormal change. His expression changed slightly as he said, "Master, this looks like someone has been waiting for me." Yi Chen's eyes flashed. He spread his divine consciousness out in an attempt to spy on the entire immortal tower. However, he realized that the immortal tower was very big. Even his divine consciousness could not cover it completely. From the outside, this immortal tower is only 1,000 square meters in size, but the inside seems to be boundless. A thought suddenly popped into Yi Chen's mind as he thought to this point. He could not help but sneer. "So it's a Sumeru Grotto Heaven treasure. They're trying to lure me into their trap." Song Chie gravely said, "Master, you mean to say that they were acting against the ancestor and that their real target was you?" Whether it's true or not, we'll know once we investigate. Follow me closely and remember to guard your Tao heart. Don't have any distracting thoughts. If I'm not wrong, the master behind this immortal tower is extremely proficient in formations and illusions. If we're not careful, we'll be doomed. Yi Qin shook his head lightly and stepped onto the stairs that led to the second floor. As soon as his feet landed on the first staircase, the scene before him changed again. It turned into a peach blossom forest with blooming peach blossoms and a mountain full of red. There was a blue lake in the peach blossom forest. There seemed to be laughter coming from the lake, and the 1,000-year-old trees beside the lake were covered in colorful dresses. There were dozens of young girls bathing naked in the lake, playing with each other in the water. Occasionally, their jade-like bodies would be revealed, causing one's throat to move. Yi Chen was indifferent to that. He continued, moving forward. As he approached, the woman in the lake was completely exposed to the two of them. Many women stood up from the water and smiled at Yi Chen gracefully. "Little brother, the water temperature here is excellent. Why don't you come down and bathe with us?" Song Chia looked over subconsciously and almost lost his Tao heart. He suddenly recalled Yi Chen's words and immediately recited the Diamond Sutra to stabilize his Tao heart. Chapter 1520. Little brother, can you hand me my clothes? The pink dress on the leftmost peach tree, and the red didoo. I'll repay you. Little brother, you're so handsome. Waves of blushing voices entered Yi Chen and Song Chia's ears. In the end, Song Chia chose to seal his six senses and used a whip to connect himself to Yi Chen. Yi Chen was indifferent and continued moving forward. Whoosh, 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 the seductive voices lingered in their ears. Subsequently, a few young women stood up. They were naked and walked to Yi Chen shyly. There were still some water droplets on their crystalline bodies. The boundless secular world is but a fleeting cloud. Yi Chen's eyes gleamed as his divine telekinesis transformed. It condensed into a golden long sword in the air and charged at the young women. You've ruined my Tao heart, kill. A woman's face was filled with fear as she was killed on the spot. If you stand in my way, kill. With another slash of the sword, another naked woman was destroyed. How dare you show off in front of me with such insignificant skills? Kill. My will is like a blade, kill. Kill, kill, kill. In the time of a few breaths, all the charming and seductive women were destroyed, and the voices that caused one's face and ears to flush came to an abrupt end. As the space changed, the scene before Yi Chen returned to the scene of the first floor, leading to the second floor of the immortal tower. Yi Chen's expression was cold. He turned around and glanced at Song Chia, who had sealed his six senses. He scolded softly, "Idiot, cultivation is to cultivate the heart. If the heart escapes, how can there be any cultivation?" Song Chia seemed to have woken up from a dream. He immediately unlocked his six senses and faced the temptation head-on. He gradually understood what Yi Chen meant. Yi Chen revealed a look of approval and continued, leading him forward. The illusion was useless to him, but it was enough to train his disciples' Tao heart. Deep in the immortal tower, where the void overlapped. At this moment, there were two people in a quiet valley. One of them sat cross-legged and stared at the chess game in front of him without moving for a long time. That person seemed to be a young man, but he had a head of white hair, and there was a mixture of 30% evil and 70% righteousness between his brows. Beside him, there was an extremely beautiful woman standing respectfully. Her appearance was like that of a seductress who had once bewitched an emperor and lost the entire world. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, black pieces exploded one after another on the chessboard, turning into dust that scattered in all directions. This person has such a strong killing intent. The white-haired young man stared blankly at the incomplete chessboard, and a look of shock appeared on his face. My methods didn't affect him at all. The peerless beauty by his side was also slightly shocked, and then she said softly, "Tao Master, do you want me to act?" No need. The young man interrupted him with a wave of his hand. This person is obviously someone who is wholeheartedly devoted to the Tao and doesn't have any distracting thoughts. Moreover, based on his killing intent, he's a person who kills decisively. It's useless even if you go there. No wonder Qianqiuwuhin is interested in him. When he thought up to here, he chuckled. In this way, it seems like my subsequent methods have always been useless. Ling Long, open the heavenly gate and invite this fellow Taoist in. He smiled faintly. The woman named Ling Long could not help but be stunned when she heard that. After so many years, this was the first time her master had opened the heavenly gate and invited someone in. Understood, Ling Long responded. Her body distorted, and she disappeared on the spot. On the 9th floor of the Immortal Tower, Yi Chun led Song Chia to the 9th floor step by step. To his surprise, there were no obstructions on the remaining 8 floors after the first illusion. Song Chia glanced at the sealed wall in front of him, and his heart was in turmoil. Master, I think we've reached the top. At that moment, he finally realized that someone might have really set up a trap to lure Yi Chun in. Since that was the case, he was not worried about the identities of the Patriarch of Hell and the rest. Yi Chun placed his hands behind his back and suddenly shouted, Mad Southernie from China is here to pay a visit to the master of the Immortal Tower. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as he said that, the wall in front of everyone slowly opened from the inside. Then a woman in a silk dress walked out slowly with a lantern in her hand. The moment he saw the woman, Song Chia could not help but be dazed. He could not be blamed for losing his composure, but the woman was just too beautiful. On the other hand, Yi Chen's eyes flickered. Void refinement stage. The existence in front of him, who looked like a maidservant with a lantern, was actually at void refinement stage. Moreover, she was stronger than Elder Ku beside Feng Ziwe. Ling Long carried the lantern and took a good look at Yi Chen. She said in a natural and unrestrained manner, Fellow Yi, my master invites you. At the same time, Song Chia snapped out of his daze. He could not help but feel ashamed and hurriedly shifted his gaze away, not daring to look at Ling Long again. All right. Yi Chen nodded lightly and walked into the open wall under Ling Long's lead. Only Song Chia said worriedly, Master, be careful of a trap. His worry was not unreasonable. The reason why the master behind the Immortal Tower had set up such a trap to lure Yi Chen here was not as simple as meeting him. Don't worry. Yi Chen shook his head with his hands behind his back and followed Ling Long closely. From the looks of it, the master of the Immortal Tower did not have any hostility toward him. All the methods he used were illusions, and he did not have any strong hostility. Of course, even if the other party was hostile, Yi Chen was not afraid at all. After about the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Ling Long led the two of them into a quiet valley. At the entrance of the valley, Ling Long suddenly stopped in her tracks. She glanced at Song Chia and said to Yi Chen, Fellow Yi, my master only wants to see you. Please wait here. Hearing that, Song Chia's expression changed slightly. Wait for me here. Yi Chen instructed and subsequently stepped into the valley. The valley was very quiet. It was not as quiet as it seemed on the surface, but when one was in it, one's body and mind could not help but calm down. In the end, Yi Chen's gaze landed on a courtyard above the valley. The courtyard was extremely ordinary. It was made of green bricks and green tiles, as if it was a remote place in China. Outside the courtyard, there was a stone pavilion. At that moment, a young man in a Taoist robe was sitting in the stone pavilion. There was no aura on the young man at all. He looked very ordinary. However, Yi Chen could feel that there seemed to be a divine furnace in his body. It was as if it could explode at any time and destroy the world. The young man slowly turned around and looked at him like a spring breeze. His voice was magnetic. Esteemed guest, you've come from afar. Please forgive me for not welcoming you earlier. After saying that, he immediately made a gesture of invitation. Yi Chen did not mind. He walked forward casually and sat on a stone stool opposite him. There was only a stone table between them. Only then did he look at the former and say, "You've painstakingly lured me here just to meet me?" Chapter 15:21. The man in the pavilion looked to be in his 20s. He was very young, but there seemed to be a hint of frivolity between his brows, making people subconsciously think that he was a playboy. As Yi Chen sat down, the woman who led the way earlier walked into the distance with a lantern in her hand. The lantern in her hand seemed to be extraordinary as it shuttled through the air. Soon, she returned and served Yi Chen a cup of tea. Then, she stood respectfully behind the young man without looking sideways. The young man smiled lightly when he heard what Yi Chen said. "What if I say that the reason why I set up so many tricks is simply to meet you, fellow Yi? Would you believe me?" "It doesn't matter whether you believe me or not." Yi Chen looked at him and said with a burning gaze, "Fellow, I believe you know why I'm here this time. How's my friend?" He did not check the other party's cultivation base. This was because he could tell from the void refinement woman behind him that this person was probably a top existence in Yin-Su. The only one who could threaten him was probably the existence in the demon god forest that Yang Tian and the entire Yin-Su feared. "Don't worry, fellow. They're safe and sound." The young man nodded and said, "Moreover, with fellow Ye's decisive personality, if I hurt them in the slightest, it'll be difficult for us to reconcile today." With that, he could not help but smile and say, "I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Chu Zhongtian." "So it's fellow Chu." Yi Chen nodded lightly. "The name Chu Zhongtian is too far away." Chu Zhongtian's gaze was filled with vicissitudes, as if he was sighing. "It's so long ago that I can't remember when I mentioned it to anyone. However, that guy from the demon god forest called me the path of carnal desires." "Path of carnal desires?" Yi Chen's eyes flashed when he heard that. "You're walking the path of carnal desires." There were 3,000 great paths and 800 unorthodox paths in the world of cultivation. Some people became saints by studying, while others became immortals by chopping trees day after day. They all had their own paths and cultivation paths. These great paths were all about staying away from the mortal world, living in seclusion, away from the 7 emotions and 6 desires in the mortal world. However, the path of man desire was the exact opposite of this. The path of man desire focused on getting close to the mortal world, the 7 emotions and 6 desires, especially women. However, the path of desire was too difficult. The slightest carelessness would cause one to be bewitched by external objects. Moreover, it was not tolerated by the world. Thus, after countless years, it was very difficult for a person to achieve great success in the path of desire. It was hard to imagine that the person in front of him, who was dressed in a Taoist robe and looked like a Taoist expert, actually walked the path of human desire. "Fellow Taoist, you also know of the Tao of human desires?" Chu Zhongtian looked at him in surprise. His eyes flickered a few times, then he said, "That's right. I walk the path of human desires. To me, if cultivating to become an immortal requires one to have a clear heart and few desires, then I don't mind cultivating to become an immortal." Outsiders say that Mad Southern Yi is a native of Earth and a desolate descendant of the celestial burial planet. However, looking at it now, I beg to differ. At this point, he took a good look at Yi Chen. "If I'm not mistaken, fellow, he has probably been to the spirit realm of the colossal world before, right?" Yi Chen's heart skipped a beat, but he looked at him calmly and said, "Could it be that fellow Chu is from the spirit realm?" His words tacitly confirmed the former's guess. Chu Zhongtian smiled faintly, not surprised at all. The woman, named Ling Long beside him, said indifferently, "The sect master guards the spirit realm's human desire realm. He's one of the only 8 tribulation stage almighties in the spirit realm." Tribulation stage. Yi Chen's eyes flashed. "I didn't expect fellow Chu to have such a great background. However, it's unbelievable that someone of your status would sit down and talk to me so politely. In the spirit realm, an existence like the tribulation stage was practically the most powerful existence. Even though there was still the Mahayana stage above the tribulation stage, the Mahayana stage was not considered a stage. Instead, it was a transitional stage between immortals and the tribulation stage. In the late stage of the tribulation stage, when everything was ready, one would take the initiative to sense the 9-9 heavenly tribulation. Once one passed the heavenly tribulation, they would advance to the Mahayana stage. This was the feedback of the heavenly Tao. It was similar to giving cultivators time to settle their affairs. After settling their affairs, the Mahayana stage cultivator could release his aura and take the initiative to sense the immortal light. Then he would step into the immortal world through the immortal bridge. Before this, Yi Qin knew that Chu Zhongtian had a powerful background and was not weak. However, he still did not expect the former to be a tribulation stage almighty in the spirit realm. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind as he thought to this point. A mere earth was able to attract a tribulation stage cultivator. Secondly, since Chu Zhongtian was a tribulation stage almighty, then the one in the demon god forest must be one too. No wonder the entire Yin Su was extremely afraid of the latter. As if sensing his guess, Chu Zhongtian said calmly, "Fellow Yi, you're right. Qian Qiuwuhin is also from the spirit realm. However, he's a tribulation stage almighty from the wood spirit clan. This person is a demon, but he imitates the human race to study poetry, so he's more reasonable." The one in the heavenly tomb? Yi Qin frowned. The heavenly tomb. Chu Zhongtian's eyes flashed as he said fearfully, "I'm not sure about that person's background, but Qian Qiuwuhin and I rarely interact with him. It's because this person has a strange personality. He can even be said to be eccentric. This person came to the Yin Su earlier than us. I don't know why he died, but he preserved his divinity, so he could only stay in the heavenly tomb." Right. He seemed to have thought of something, and said to Yi Chan with a faint smile, "The master of the desolate god's tomb that you're going to attack tomorrow, Old Man Great Desolation, is also a tribulation stage almighty." Even him? This time, Yi Qin was also shocked. "That's right." Chu Zhongtian nodded slightly and suddenly sighed. However, this old man was unlucky and completely died in the Yin Su. It's not an exaggeration to say that his soul has been destroyed. It was extremely difficult to cultivate to their level. Even though Old Man Great Desolation did not get along with them when he was alive, it was inevitable that they would feel sad after the former died. Yi Qin was shocked. How did he die? Even a tribulation stage powerhouse had died in the Yin Su. How could he not be vigilant? Even though he had an indestructible body, he had to think for Yang Tian and the rest. "You'll have to ask the toad you met in the War Sky Martial God's tomb." Chu Zhongtian smiled mysteriously. "Did that person tell you that it has two brothers in the Yin Su?" Yi Qin said in a deep voice, "That toad also came from the spirit realm." The first time he met the toad, when Yi Qin wanted to subdue it, the former did say that it had a big brother and a second brother. "No." Chu Zhongtian shook his head and said, "This toad is a local divine beast of the Yin Su, but it has an extraordinary background. Before it was born, it was in the Yin Su forbidden area and obtained many benefits. It's the right thing to do for you to befriend it." End of this chapter.